Alright, welcome to the Swordless No EG tutorial. I've been running this category since 2018, almost 5 years. This category is based on the All Bosses No EG speedrun, and the No EG rule set is popular in no logic randomizer racing, but it has not really made headway in speedrunning. Swordless No EG is not on the leaderboards. So what are the rules? Is this All Bosses No EG No Swords? Yes, but there is one additional requirement. You must delete Ganon. And we do that by copying a boss defeated flag to Ganon's room. This causes the Triforce door to open when Link drops in. And lastly, I'll mention Escape. Escape is part of this category currently, and this tutorial goes over completing it. I've not yet looked into an escapeless Swordless. For now, I'm focused on pushing the speed goal of sub 1 hour for a kind of all dungeons no EG Swordless. So let's begin. Alright, we are starting with Eastern Palace. And what is the main thing to remember in a Swordless speedrun? Well, first of all, we do not want to die or run out of resources. Running out of resources is as good as taking a death. And game over and reset. So first we want the lamp. We don't get a save point in the save file till we go to Uncle or Zelda, depending on our route. Alright, Riverdance. The Zelda timer does not run while paused. So we're going to clip up right here, and we see the light green pixel above the shadow. Then we do an upright, and Link clips in a little bit more. Then we go down right for 3 frames. And we buffered the downrights till we get here. Then we can go up for 3 to 4 frames upwards until we get to this position. Then we go 4 to 5 frames downright. And as we go those 4 to 5 frames, the 4th and 5th frame have different visual cues. This one is the 4th. And this one's the 5th. Either work, then you hold up. Then you splash and hold right. Alright, now we go up here. And now we're going to do the Eastern clip. And this is a citrus clip. Oh, my controller's not in view. Here we go. So let's see if I can at least remember this. Yes. So, Eastern clip is a way to get into Eastern 4 seconds faster. It's also a good way to reduce game time. And again, the game... in other words, the Zelda timer is the timer that I'm thinking of here. So, while we're in the pause menu, it doesn't count time for Zelda's next message. So it's good to have a clip where we are in, while we're select buffering, even if it takes time and evens out with actually just walking to Eastern. So we're starting with a citrus clip, and how you do that is you line up Link here, then you go to the left 2 frames, and that's 3 pixels. Then you go up left 5 frames, and this is the 4th, and this is the 5th. Then you go to the left 6 frames, and that's here. Well, that's 4 frames. rather. We went to the left 6 pixels. Now we go up left for 1 to 2 pixels, or 1 to 2 frames. And then we hop with it down left. Then we go right and we either tap up or we do it up right into the slope. Then we are in front of Eastern. We just need to go here and go up. So let's do that again fast, if possible. There we go, that was a good one. And you can pump here. Alright, now we're in Eastern. So, since the Eastern clip saves only 4 seconds, that's with optimal buffering. If you buffer 4 times, you'll even out with just walking in. But again, we don't want to walk in because we don't want to run the Zelda message timer. Avoid these guys, they're annoying. And then we know how to do this room. Now we'll probably get the Zelda message. Usually I don't go this far. In other words, I normally get the message in this room, but I'm usually to the right of the stairs and haven't gone down them yet. But my movement was good in the overworld screens, and didn't have to change positions or anything. Oop. Let's do that again. So I want to keep up the pace and have the best Zelda messages placement, or at least generally good placements of those messages. All right, we'll get hit here, and here it's recommended to get a heart pot. Let's just go to full hearts here, because it's possible to take 2 more hearts of damage here, or 1 full heart, and then we can't do the big key anti-fairy skip if we're at 1.5 hearts. We need 2 hearts. And there we go. Alright. Oops. Looked away. Let's not worry about that room. We want to get the bow, and we slipped. That's a weird property, where if you touch stairs but you continue going left, you'll get a slow nudging speed. So we'll get the arrows. So far we have 15 arrows. And I don't use the menu to do the stair drag cancel there, but it's definitely an option. I really want to stay alive here, and so I'll probably get the Zelda text. It's kind of annoying when you get it in the middle of this Igor fight, but that's the way it is. And another thing we want to look out for is if we're a little slow, we want to think about having a 3rd message before the Armos fight, and we'll get to that. But if we're a little bit slow, we might have the Zelda text before the big chest, and that is our sort of cue that we want to run the cycle again. Alright, so anyway. Igor key. Play it safe. Shoot 2 arrows if you have to. Do this room. Do this room, don't touch anything. Cannonballs. ZGR. Alright, so I always want to get those arrows if possible. But actually, I don't care if I don't get them. Oh, we didn't need those ones. Alright, double readies. We hope for a drop here to get us to 30. So, since I had one drop from the first ready, we would need both drops from here to get to 30. And that is just not really going to happen. Let's see if we can make it happen. Well, it doesn't really matter because I have save states that we'll use. We don't have to have 30 for this route. Maybe for the early mirror route we need them. But anyway, here's how I go about this. I leave 2 popos for the way to the Igors. But that's not necessarily the best way. You could go for the Igors first and then do the resources last. But this guy is kind of hard to deal with. There are ways to make that faster, but I'm not demonstrating it really. Good enough. Alright, Armos. I don't have anything to say about this. I just do it the old school way. Try not to waste arrows. And we get our green pendant. Oh, we do need to talk about the timer. So, if we are pushing it on the Zelda text timer, then we want to wait for the text box to appear. The Zelda message should be coming soon. If this message appears during the fanfare, then we are stuck in an infinite loop. So it's a lock. We don't want that to happen. So in other words, what you would do is if you feel like you're behind, just wait before you pick up the green pendant instead of catching it. So you would wait here for the text and then let it run and then grab the pendant. And you would do that if, for example, your previous text box occurs before the big chest. So there we go. Let's move on. Escape Mirrorless. So I'll show 2 versions of Escape. And here's our post. I didn't mean to cancel that. Okay. So there's going to be a Zelda text here. Now for Sahasrahla, we'll get our boots. And what are we gonna do here? So, for escape, we want 8 to 12 arrows. Technically, we can do escape with just 3 arrows, but it will be miserable because we need to use bombs. So, we just get bombs here. And in another route, we'll be getting both chests so that we have 100 rupees. But in our normal escape route, we'll just get the bombs. Alright, so here we have this clip. So what we still have is the inability to punch, so we can't do our normal dash buffering, Instead, we have to hit A and left on the same frame, and then do a dash turn. So in other words, it could be 2 steps. It could be A and left on the same frame, and then do a dash turn, like that. And once you clip in far enough, you can just continue to do that and clip off, or you can just dash. Then hold left into the transition. Or, so what I'm doing here is I'm taking a little shortcut where we clip in, like on Eastern FAWT. You just, you have sort of a mirror image of the shadow, and Link will clip in a little bit. And all it takes is 2 buffers. Let's see, 1, 2. Hang on. Did we get the second one? No, we didn't. So, 1, 2. It's a little easier to see if you get the clip, if you do the dash turn. You don't have to do the second dash turn. So again, the old way is just sort of pick anywhere around the 3rd bump and just keep doing this, but we don't have to do it like that. Alright, if you can get a good Y pixel here and clip in, then it only takes, it only takes 2. If you get pushed out, it takes 3, and that's not so bad as a backup. Alright, so how do we do a slope swim? I'm pushing Link left against the slope, and then I'm going to swim. And then after I see the animation, I'm going to do a quick down left to left. And then I want to wait until Link stops swimming. And then I'm going to push left to see if I get the clip. I got it. So I'm going to repress left and then start mashing. Just to swim. So again, down left to start, left to swim, down left to left, wait till Link stops, tap left to see if you got it, and Link is starting to clip, so I can press left, and we want to tap left and press left again, and then press A or any of YBA to swim faster. If Link does a little, what do you call that? He kind of jumps a little bit. You might want to do the down to left again, because it might not work. Down left, and Link doesn't nudge or anything. That's good. Alright, so we're going to press left here, or excuse me, we're going to press up here. And we don't want to push up too early. I've ended runs that way. Again, quitting or getting stuck here and saving and quitting is the same as a reset, because the game doesn't save yet. So we can't soft lock because it's an instant reset. It would be too much time lost anyway, but we don't want to do it. Getting the acceleration. Is it safer to splash down? I haven't tried it. Maybe. I guess one thing I normally do is get 2 swimming animations out of Link. So that was pretty good. Alright, I got a little stuck there, but that's alright. Let's just move on. Got a nice sub 15 there. Alright, we're going into escape. This room's annoying. I watched this guy and just let that determine whether I want to move to the left or not. Moving to the left is pretty good. Maybe we're not getting that RNG. Regardless, let's move on. We don't have to hold left out of that door because we can stay on grid. In this room, we can delay a little bit so we don't run into the guard by starting with an upright and then right. Oh, by the way, this text is very good this time. I save stated till I got very good room times. I normally get this text 2 rooms earlier. So, now we're like ahead of the normal cycle. So, that's good. I normally get this message either just after or just before going into escape. If we get the message just before entering the castle, then we really want to hurry up because we want this to be the last text that we get. Schnoz. All right, so again, a little bit of a delay and then shoot. I don't know if I have the best strat here, but it works. We'll move on. We can quick hop here. Oh, then we have this room. How do I do this? I think I do this thing. I dash down, but that's dangerous. Fox's recommendation is don't run. Just save the dash till we go left. On the other hand, I dash 4 times. Not really. All right, so there, my walking strat and the dash strat tied with an 802, right? No. Well, regardless, you can dash here if you want to, but it doesn't really do much. So you can just make it a 2 dash room. If you have a lot of arrows, you can shoot that guy. Otherwise, here, just get around them. Oop, excuse me. Hang on. So, what have I missed so far? I had some notes here. So before ball and chains, it's ideal to have 6 arrows going in. Or even 5? So here I have 6 arrows, but I need to use 3. So we'll have 3 going into ball and chains. And that's pretty typical if you come in with 8. And now I have 6. So anyway, back to stealth room. Let's just get through here. We don't have enough arrows to shoot the green guard. It's also pretty tough to do this room with a dash when you get hit, but it's possible. I haven't really adopted any particular strat for this room. I just kind of go up, head for the door. But we do want to get rid of this guy as fast as we can. Alright, this guy, key is just to shoot quickly. And there we go. So now I have 3 arrows. Again, it's ideal to have 6 arrows so you can shoot 4 times at ball and chains. How should we do this? Should we get the pot first? I think so. We get the pot first, then we come in and shoot 2 times. Now we have 1 arrow, which is the minimum that you would want. Because you want to shoot a rat and escape in the sewers. And so how would we do that? Something like this, I guess. Alright, so otherwise, if we have more arrows, I guess, let's say 6. Or would we have 7? We might have 7. Oh, we would have 6 because we would shoot the green guard. So let's try that. I normally want to go high here. Oh, no. This is just one strat. I want to go low. Right? And then shoot from below. Then grab the key. There we go. 1003 grab. If yeah, you can also go like this, but then guards far away. So yeah, if we can just go low. Okay. So let's move on. 1001. Can't get the sub 10. Alright, moving on. We save Zelda. And we thankfully did not get a message from Zelda in Zelda's room. That's always embarrassing. One thing I do here is on the way to the right, I dash. Going left, however, I pump. But so it's kind of different left and right. So in this room, this is the bomb juke. This was our first no EG trick, I believe. The rest has been sort of restricted major glitches. Now we can do a transition corruption. Does this count as a transition corruption? It's a door glitch anyway. We're just going to do a door juke. We're going to bypass the transition. So how do we do that? I'm here sort of as low as possible. I've nudged against the door. I've got a bomb out, so we're going to place a bomb low into the door here, like that. Then I'm going to come from below it and grab the bomb. Then I want to face up, right? So face up. Is that what I do? Do I face up before grabbing it? No, I don't remember. And then grab the bomb. Then push up to snap. Then I'm going to throw the bomb. And then I want to push down for 1 to 2 frames. Ideally, we want to push down for 2 frames, because that gets us into position. And we can tell it's the right position because we have two colors, 2 pixels of Link's hat color. And that's the correct position. That's the correct position to grab the bomb, which I missed. We grab the bomb and then we tap up. Then we tap up again. Okay, so by the way, in that grab, I didn't go that far, so I needed to walk down a little bit farther. In this position here, I need to walk down 1 frame. So that should be right. There we go. And I was able to grab the bomb and tap up, and we see Zelda get pulled down. We know that we've juked at this point, and we can just hold down until we get a jingle. That means we transitioned. Now we didn't transition, we just moved down far enough. Then we can move up, and it's a broken transition. And this is a shortcut to the lobby. And we go to the right, then we go down. And then it's a broken transition, but once we go down again, then we're out. And we've reset all the sprites in the camera and everything. So again, let's do it fast. We can use the buffer to go to the bow. And that was a good room time. Another thing to mention is we can't use select buffering yet. And we also still cannot punch. Hey, what's up, Mr. Chris Lad? So this makes it one of the more difficult jukes. We have to use start buffering. If you don't Oh, we can use 2 bombs here. I'm trying to do this all at once with 1 bomb. But that's not necessary. If you're new to this, I would say go for 2 bombs. So, let's say we just make it to this point. We can just set another bomb. Do another movement buffer, get down to this point. And we can continue. It's fine to use 2 bombs there. Okay, let's move on. Lobby's always kind of annoying. Obviously, a lot of rooms are annoying when we don't have a sword. Oh, here's a fun room. Just because Zelda's text stops Link, you don't have to cancel, really. You can cancel during the text box. Alright, into the sewers we go. I like to do a nudge up right here and then continue. That was a little surprising to me. I was not expecting the rat to be on the right side here. Just in the middle, in my path. I don't attack these guys, I just tank them or just go through the middle. That's nice. Here I nudge up left and hope for the RNG where there's no rope on the left. Let's look at this again. Is that snake gonna be there? Yeah. That I was surprised. I didn't know you could be that far to the left. Okay. Alright, so let's look at this one more time. Alright, no snake, that's nice. So straight left, cancel right, and then dash turn up, and it's a key dash. Okay, so this room. I like to pump left a little bit, and then see if I can dash to the left through the door. It's tough, but possible. Also, there's some rat RNG involved if you go too high. Right? So since that one stopped on the upper part of the tile, then I was able to dash through, even though I went high. That one stopped low, but I was low enough that I could continue through. This room is difficult. It's hard for me to judge this rat here. So I oftentimes just clear, just go up. Oh boy, now it's key rat room. And we have 2 chances here, otherwise we have to reset. I just bombed him. I guess we could have waited and seen if that would work, but... Alright. Yeah, if you run out of arrows, try for a bomb, but I've never completed a run that way, just because it's so much chaos. Yeah. What else about key rat? I really need to switch. There's not that much to say. Just have fun. Don't reset. Right, now we want some resources here. We don't have to get the bombs in this route, because we'll be getting a lot of bombs later. Normally we dash here, right? I don't have proof, but I normally dash there. Getting a straight dash there is pretty surprising. I snap, and we're done. Alright, so that's escape. Now now let's look at the mirror strat, the early mirror strat. So this is sort of a theoretical route, but it looks like it's 24 seconds faster, and then you have to collect a little bit of extra resources. So let's take a look. So we'll go back here to Sahas. We're going to now do an escape sequence that is a lot like RMG, except we didn't start off by going to Uncle first. We're going to go to Uncle now. And wait a minute, Uncle has a sword. Well, that's okay. We will delete the sword. So it's a go to Uncle route where you do the Overworld EG thing. The light states kind of mess up the Overworld here, don't worry about that. And now we're going to Uncle, like I mentioned, so instead of swimming into the castle, we'll swim into Uncle. There we go. Oh, by the way, this is a tough one. This is a very tough Zelda text skip. Let's see if we can get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So what I'm gonna do here is count the arrows and see how many more arrows I have to shoot. And I'm shooting one more, then we're doing 2 lamps, then we're talking to Uncle. So I was able to talk to Uncle before the Zelda text, which is good. And here we are. We got our swordless sword. And we can save and quit. So let's go over the sword delete. I think in this save state, I've good room times to where the Zelda text is not going to creep up on us. But let's take a look again. All right, so how do we delete the sword? There's a couple of ways. I don't think we want to use bombs here, but that is a possibility. What I do is I shoot 4 to 6 arrows, and really we don't want to use that many arrows. But here we're going to use 5, just because that's the way the Armos fight ended up. So we want to get the ancilla index down to 2, the search index. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what happened? The second arrow disappeared. So that means I want to shoot one more arrow, and we get a 2. Then we want to put down 2 lamp flames and talk to Uncle. So that should work. Let's see. It does. So other possibilities are you come in and you have a different ancilla index set. Let's see if we can replicate that a little bit. Just by shooting a random amount of arrows. Alright, so now we have an index of 3. So let's see what happens. Let's let Zelda talk to us. Alright, so what's gonna happen at 3? 1, 2, 3, 4. The last arrow disappeared. That means we don't need to shoot any more arrows. So we can just do 2 lamps. And that should be good. And there we go. Or we could come in with, what, an index of 2? Right? So, in other words, we need to, well, let's see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what happened is the first arrow disappeared. So that tells us we need to shoot 2 more arrows. and talk to Uncle. I don't know why I keep moving up left. I just need to move left. So that works. So the trick is shoot 4 arrows. If the first arrow disappears, shoot 2 more. If the second arrow disappears, shoot 1 more. If the third arrow disappears, shoot no more. But in this case, it's 1 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the second arrow means shoot 1 more. And 2 lamp flames. It's tough to do that and like make a judgment call without pausing. I'm not at that level yet. And now we start back at Uncle, and we have no sword. If you do collect the sword, then of course you have to reset and try again. Try the whole run again. But this route is a little bit quote unquote safer because we can take a death or save and quit at this point. As we just showed, you can save and quit and you have your file saved. So here we're gonna do Uncle Jump. I haven't tried this in runs, but we should have enough bombs. And it's much faster than a jump, save, and quit in the lobby. So we're gonna bring Link down to this pixel here. And by the way, I can select buffer here. So this is BBE, right? And then dash turn to the right. And then, so what this is it's a diver down. And you can use this tech as a splashless diver down. Flipperless diver down. But for here, we just need to set a bomb in this position, then nudge here and go up, then go down 1 pixel, like that. Then we do up left into left, up left, left. And there we go. Then we can just go up and jump. So let's do that again. Go down to this pixel. I'm gonna try to pause buffer it, but I didn't get it. And there we go. A jump, save, and quit. This will arm EG. Of course, we're not allowed to use EG in no EG. We're not allowed to use Underworld EG, but we are allowed to use Overworld EG. So how do we do this? I think you dash around the bushes. Let's try that again. So what do we get here? 1020. Yeah, I should have this down, but I wrote down that it's faster to dash from below, but I don't think the RNG treats us that well enough to make that consistent. That might be fine. 1018. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, that's 1009. 1009. So I'd say dashing from below is too risky. Hey, thanks for the GL, Fox. So we can just bonk to activate EG. And we can walk through this guy. And we've escaped escape. So we'll get a save state here. We'll bypass this guy. Alright. We have the ability to punch, so we'll be using sword out dash buffers. Then we just do that. And there's 2 ways to do this. Yo, Fox brought it back. So we can use slope swimming here. This is not my preferred method, because you have to get a particular part of the slope. And then this swim is a little slow. That's okay though. So that's one way to do this. The old school way to do it is to just transition to the right. And this is too low, right? So we don't want to be that low. So if we don't get the jump, but we are high enough, then we want to buffer to the right and then back to the left. So we'll do the clip here, then we'll transition to the right. Then we go down to the bottom here, then we go left, then we mash, and then when we see Link's arm go all the way back, that's when we hold down left. At least that's the way I do it. And you can hop out. Alright, so let's try that again. We navigate to the bottom here, mash, hold left, and then here we want to hold left. Alright, so mash, animation, hold left, hold down left rather, then splash and hold left. What we're going to do next is we're going to get the mirror, and then as part of the Overworld Conveyor route, we would then DMD to get the cape. And that's another option, the Overworld Conveyor route. So after that, we would save and quit, and then go back to Sanctuary, and we would come back to this point here. So instead of doing all that, we'll just say that we did it, and we'll go to the next part, which is to, well, let's get those items first. All right. So at this point, we now have the cape and the mirror. We'll go over cape and mirror later. So now we're here at the North Moat Clip. We want to be, I think we want to be here. I think this is the highest part. Let's see. Be, what, 3? I don't think this will work, but maybe it does. I think we want to be at 4 or below. Yeah. Alright, so B4 or below. There's a nice window here, especially at B4. It's the nicest because it only takes 6 buffers. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All the others require at least 7. And so whenever I do this, I always just kind of mash 7 times. You can even go more if you want to. Then dash down. Then dash to the right. Then go down once you get past the flowers. Then dash to the right again. And so after this transition, we'll be in front of Aga Tower. And then if you keep going, you'll be in front of Escape. So we're back to this point. Thanks for the GL Squeeby. Alright, so once again, you want to be low enough here. You can be a little lower, that's fine. But you need at least 7 buffers. Then just hold upright. And what I look for is I look for Link to be in this wall area, and then that's where the door is. And what happens here is we do escape. We want 1 arrow coming out of it for a visual cue. And then what happens is you've seen this in RMG speedruns. We save Zelda, then we save and quit, then we mirror. And then when we mirror, it returns us to Sanctuary. And then the segment's done. Alright, so now we're going on to collection. Okay, so what have we done here? We've just done escape. And we have the opportunity. By the way, we collected a tank heart. We want that for sure. Now we're going to do a DMA and collect the mirror. So we do this, and we do that. Ignore the enemies. This get a little messed up with the light states, but that's all right. Now we collect the mirror. I'll go ahead and skip this text. All right. Yeah, ignore these jumbled up enemies. This will be corrected soon. Here, the next thing we want to do is go into pod, right? Yeah. So after we collect mirror, we're going to go into pod, and we're going to do a Kiki Skip. And what we do to set up that Kiki Skip is to do Kiki Yeet, which is you want to go down about to here, then just dash buffer out. And there we go. So here we're going to get into Spectacle Rock Cave. And how do we get there? First, I go to the left. And when I get to here, I want to go down left a little bit. And then, how do I do this? I go down left about a tile, right? And then I hold left, and then I go to here. I usually get this right first try, but it took a while to get to that point. So the goal is to dash left and then splash out, like that. Then you go around a rock, then you jump down, and then you find a little ledge to jump down again into the cave. Let's see if we got it. Since it's easy for me to get a little bit lost. Let's try this again. So again, we go down to about here. I look for Link's shadow to be just above the dark shadow barrier. Let's see if this works. I'm not totally sure. This is D2. D2 also works, but no lower than that, I don't think. D1, that is an easy one. That works. All right, so I go left, down, left, left. About here, I'm looking in front of the door frame queue. We're gonna dash left, then splash down. So that should work. Anyway, let's do it again, but quickly. I keep pausing. Okay, so I dashed too quickly there. So it's kind of hard to correct once we miss the water there, which is kind of weird. But we just go back, get into position, and try again. Again, too early. There we go. All right, save state here. I do a method of Kiki Skip that is an insta clip, and I just do this thing, and it's not too hard. So what I do is I push Link all the way down to the left here. Then I move up right, and it's a sort out so I can have more pixels of opportunity to place, to get in position to place a bomb. And I'm just looking for Link to be above the corner on the bottom wall. And let's see, about how far that is. Can we place it here? That is about right. So in this case, I see that the shadow of the bomb is just barely covering the dot on the right side of the tile that looks like it's a 2-dot face. And so what that means to me is I need to come down to the bottom wall and then buffer up 1 time. And so if we go up 2 pixels, we should be in fine position to, yeah. So we get the insta clip, and we hold up left to transition. So let's look at a few other pixels here. So that is 1 pixel above the previous attempt. So here we can just go down to the bottom wall and just dash and then hold up left. Nice and easy. There are other ways to do this. I don't know how to walk to the pixel. I just don't. But you can do this quickly if you want to. You can also do the older method of it's like a teleport, and you use a bonk to get into position. And there should be 2 pixels that work for placing the bomb upwards. And here, I think we want bomb still, so it wouldn't be a menu buffer. But you go up 1 frame, and then you do a down right to teleport. And remember, that's different from the insta clip, which is an up left, which pushes Link. There's about 5 different pixels that work here. I don't have them all listed. Let's see if this one works. It worked. That one was like as low as it can go. But yeah, here we go again. We have the shadow covering the right eye. So I go up 1 frame. Wow. The fact that I was able to dash past that guy was pretty crazy. Okay. So we can move on. I shouldn't be doing rooms over and over again, but it is pretty fun. So I have a hard time stopping myself. If we don't move on, it'll go over, the tutorial will go over 4 hours. But let's try to maintain a decent pace here. We're gonna collect bombs here in Cave State Pod. We'll collect the big key here. This will be our Cave State big key. In another version of this route, excuse me, in the other route, the Overworld Conveyor route, we don't need to get this key, which is a big time save. And getting Cave State big key will give us big keys in Desert and in Hera, which is a time save. So we'll get this bomb. Don't worry about getting bombs that are not on the way. And an advantage of the hover route is we don't need to worry about bombs too much. I don't think we need to get the double bomb here. One thing we can do in Cave State Pod is just dash to the pixel. And if you land on the correct pixel, then more power to you. Then you don't have to buffer to find it. But again, the bridge won't fall, so we have all the time in the world. If you do need to look for the pixel, I like to just face to the right and search for the pixel where the shadow is 1 pixel above the sort of mouth shape of this tile. Then just get into position for the bomb jump. Oops. Just barely got it. Faces everywhere? Yep, everything's a face in this segment in particular. That's true. So let's try to do this fast and get the pixel. We got it. There we go. And then save and quit. In the Overworld conveyor route, we do want to collect that hammer, but we don't get the big key. We can get that in Mire. All right, what's next? Next, we go... Next, it depends on the route, right? So in the hover route, we go to Sanctuary. In the conveyor route, we go to Mountain. All right, so let's continue on with the hover route and go to Sanctuary. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to Kakariko for more collection. I should have said up front that we went to pod specifically for the hammer. We really want the hammer. But we don't defeat Helma at that point. So we want first bottle. And we want to get the net. I just dash into Sick Kid. Then we get the other bottle from the tavern. Then we go shopping. But we only want a red potion at this point. Okay, now coming out of the shop, we want the red potion for a YBA that we'll use in desert. Optionally, you can go to Eastern Palace, but that route loses 40 seconds. And you have to do Mire 2 with bow only and hammer only. So it's a little tricky. So coming out of the shop, we get into a teleport position here. This is just a shortcut to get to desert. And we're going to hold down left. We're not going to quick hop here. And what happens is you get a hop, right? Then you can tap right to get out of this collision. And you can just go up to get to the transition and go down. What I used to do was a quick hop that put Link in a position where he had to keep hopping, which is no good. So again, just hold down left. You'll do a hop, kick, and transition. Here, this is a little tricky because we want to get very close to this left side. And man, I forgot what the coordinates are, but we're about as far left as we can go. Right now I have a global coordinate of 9. But I believe there are 2 pixels that work here. We're at 7. I think we transition at, let's see what happens here. Yeah, 5 is a transition. So if you transition, you're going to have to either save and quit and try again, or just, hey, let's go to Eastern. But here I messed up the map wrap, and we're infinite scrolling. But yeah, I find the Eastern route more difficult, and it loses time. So I'm not going to go over it. Instead, we are going to desert. So what we do is when we come down the slope, we want to be careful. Then we want to look for look to get to the bottom edge. And if we tap and we're not at the bottom edge, then, let's buffer to the left and try again. And now we're in position. And so we can just hold down here. And we hold down to jump. We don't want to quick hop here, because if we do, this happens. We're in Overworld glitch jail, and they're not going to let us out. I don't think there's a way out here. So we don't quick hop. Instead, we hold down here for both of these jumps. Actually, the second jump can be quick hopped, but I'm not at that level. How do you do that? There's a way to do this. I'm trying to remember. I just learned this, actually. So what works here is to hold left and then diagonal down left. I don't know if that's the best way, but it does work. But anyway, I just hold down there. So left, down, left, quick hop. That's another way to get out. All right, so here on the desert screen, I go down right and quick hop off, then go into desert. All right, here we also have the opportunity in the hover route to not hover. And so what does this lose? What does this lose? This loses 45 seconds, I believe. But it's pretty much the easiest thing we can do. All right. So in other words, when we come into desert, either we're going to hover or we're not. And so if we are going to hover, then we're going to get into the fairy room to do the YBA first. If we're not, then let's get the small key here. And this would be a good way to start out this category. It's a good backup. I do it in marathons. So yeah, we get the key and mirror out. So let's keep this key and we'll show the backup route. So now we're in the YBA position here. We're going to press down and Y on the same frame, and it's a YBA. And since it's a south YBA, we need to we need to correct the camera, and we're going to do that by tapping left or right until we get into position. There are 3 pixels that will work. I believe E5 is the lowest one. E4, E3. Let's see if this works. This might not work. Yeah. So I was mistaken. Okay. So I believe E6 is the lowest. Let's see here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna tap right until that door frame pixel just goes away, I believe. E6. Does that work? It does work. So when we see that pixel on the bottom edge of the screen, that is the lowest link can be to do the transition. And it's a window of 3 pixels. So here we go. We just bypassed it. That's okay. E5, that's the middle pixel, I believe. And E4 is the highest, right? And that will work? Yes, that will work. All right, so let's do that again quickly. And there we go. Now we want to get out of this room. Nothing to say about that. All right, now we are at the Mire Bridge. The goal is to hover here. We don't need to do that if we have the backup key. And we have to use that key here, which is the back of a big key door. So here we come down, we go left to avoid the anti-fairy. We can get that heart there, but we can get more hearts here. And what we do is we have to make progress in this dungeon, we have to go the wrong way. We have to go to the fishbone room. And so what we want to do is get this key. We also want to hit the crystal switch while we're here, because that'll let us get to the big chest more quickly. Not positive on that right dash there. And once we have the key and we've hit the switch, then we can continue through this door and get this key. We need that key for the left side of Mire. Then we can just dash down here and we can get to the big chest. All right. So all in all, not too difficult. Just is a YBA to get in here. Of course, the whole goal is to get Arcane, and then we can quickly collect our Hookshot and Moon Pearl. All right, hover route. So hover route is difficult because it's a hover. So let's see if I can do it. And it's a possibility I cannot, but let's give it a shot anyway. I've been doing it for the whole time I've been, well, not the whole time I've been running this category, but some of it. This category started with the Eastern route. So there we go. Made it through. Very convenient to have that key. So I should have one here. So let's do the room correctly. Dutch glue. And there we go. There's the meetup room, or whatever you call it. All right, now we get to the big chest. And here, ideally, we want to, I guess ideally we hover to the left here to get to this door, which doesn't save me time, but it does save me a heart, which is really nice, especially when I'm here at 2 hearts. All right, otherwise we want to just fall. And I used to think this was dangerous, but I really have not had a problem. If I just fall here, I'm not going to get hit by the eye. Good enough. Hold down left to quick hop here. Go up here. Beat the fire snake. And then go left here. Here we need to get the hammer out and hit that guy. And here, we don't even need to get the magic. We don't even need to get bombs. The other route is a little trickier. All right, so we are here because we want to use STCs to get to Swamp. All right, so what we can do is we can go deep into this door frame because it's a moving wall room. We can get out of door state and just place a block. And snap up. And start doing our STCs. So here we can tap 2 times. 1, 2. And left and Y. Up. Every time we do that sequence, left, Y, up, we want to just do it again. And that should be 7. I'm not sure if I counted correctly since I was talking through it. Then we do a clip here. It can be a dash citrus. It can be a citrus, whatever you want to do. And I did it wrong. I didn't count to 7. So here's what we do. We go into this room. We go up into position. We use the cane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that should be correct, I guess. Let's find out. Yes, this is where we want to be, Swamp Palace. Okay, So that's our 7 STCs. Again, this is okay, and this is a better position here since I moved up pretty far. So I'm gonna hit left, Y, pick up the block. I'm gonna hit down to snap, and it's gonna snap me all the way in. That's convenient. So now I'm gonna press up, throw. Is that it? Just talking it out makes me not sure if I'm doing it right. Okay. Get into position here. Left. Okay, here we go. If you don't go far enough, it's okay. Just throw the block and then get in position. But in the last position here, you want to be sure to throw the block upwards, meaning press up and then A. If you just throw facing down, it's not going to work. Three, 4, 5. If you transition, just try again. You just keep count because that counted as 1. Let's see. 6, 7. Let's see if this works. I don't know if I counted correctly. Okay, that worked. That was a good one. But again, I gotta be totally sure about the count before we save state. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Alright, next is the clip. And I like to do a dash clip here. So what I do is I tap left and then go down, and that is our first pixel. And then I just do up left for 3 frames, right? Oops, that's not right. Let's start over. Is it 3? Yeah, I think it's 3. And then dash left. And then on the second frame of dashing is where we stop. 1, 2, and then up left for 1 to 2 pixels, which is, I believe, going to be 2 to 3 frames. So first frame, we didn't go anywhere. Second frame is good, so down left to teleport. And there we go. A Mario tube? Oh yeah! I didn't think of that. That's funny. I can see that. So another thing we can do here is citrus instead, if you prefer that. I'm not as adept with that in this room, but it's certainly something we can do. How do we do that? Like that. Okay. I didn't know the cues exactly. Something like that. However you want to get that done. Again, we nudge in, and that gives us. So this is just like the Eastern clip, which I already explained. But yeah, either way, I like to do this. So let's move on. So where we are here is we're in the bottom section. So there's going to be a door that exactly matches the cue of the door above where this crack in the wall is. So we just go left here. Now, We just go up left a little bit, dash off, dash up, and get the big chest. Up left. I like to dash left, although it's not really necessary. And then there we go. We got the hook shot. Now, what we can do is we can grab this and take a little shortcut here. Go down the stairs. I like to go down the stairs sideways if I can get it. It's not easy for some reason. Yeah, so we can see a queue of links, sort of link the water around Link at the top. So I wait until that's centered, and then we can go up. All right, then we get the hook shot out. And then transition here. I call this the runny nose room because when you walk in, these two nostril looking things have water running. And then it all goes away when you transition for some reason. So we dash up here. Now we're in Hera and we'll get the moon pearl. We just want to press Y to hook. That takes us directly to the chest. Then we can save and quit. All right, so let's show that again. Runny nose room. I go up and dash, dash up, and then Y. Save and quit. All right, and then we have the opportunity to get silvers. And getting silvers will make many bosses faster. And then if you add a green potion, it'll make gold stair faster too. But just having a green in your inventory will postpone red potion routing, which loses another 30 seconds or so. So the silvers route, if you just go get silvers, it loses 1 minute. So it's a really good way to start out the category. So how would you do that? You start at Mountain Cave. You do your mirror offset, and you're going to do that by... don't do that. You're going to get hook speed, jump off. You're going to not reset the camera. And then you're going to... what do you do here? You want to do this thing, right? You want to hook dash that bush to get a clip off to the left here. Then there we go. Anyone who's gone to Pyramid Ferry before knows this route. So I just placed the mirror portal here. And then I reset the camera here and then do a DMD. And how would we do this? Would we get the hook out again? I think so. Tap left and then do a bonk upwards. Wasn't right. All right, DMD. Tap left, dash turn up and bonk. Hold the dash into a bonk. Then we come down here. And then, so this is going to look a little bit different. We just dash straight down. Or we can walk and jump. Then we go to the right. We screen wrap Link. And as soon as we almost wrap 2 times, we want to stop before this edge and come down here, down to this wall, and then transition. Now we're in the courtyard, and we go down left a little bit to start, then walk to the left. I was too high there, so that won't work. What I want to do is to go around some collision here. maybe it's a row of bushes or something, and we go up, around, and nudge it, and walk into the portal. So let's try that. And by the way, another option is to take a death and then return to Link's house and then find the portal from there. So here you can get silvers and you can get a green potion if you want to. Again, getting a green potion will cause you to have to take another trip to get potions to finish out the rest of the game. But it will even the score with Cold Stare. It costs a lot of time to get the second item, by the way. So taking the time to do this sort of evens out the time it takes to do a hammer fight against Cold Stare. But it's just so much easier to use a green refill and then use Fire Rod against him. It's a lot easier. All right. So that's the silvers route. We can just save and quit here and go on to the next thing. Next, we'll do the Overworld Conveyor route. So this route is currently 2 seconds slower, but the advantage is it removes the long hover. And there may be more potential to save time here. It's still pretty new. All right, so what we did was we just collected the hammer and we didn't get the big key. So in this case, we didn't get the big key because we'll be getting the cave state big key in Mire. So we save and quit to the mountain. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get the cape, and we're going to need the cape for the Overworld Conveyor. So how do we do that? Let's do this room right. We are going to do the King's Tomb DMD. 1, 2, dash left, hold up right, hold up. There we go. Actually, we go down like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, dash left, hold up right, up. There we go. Here well, hold on, let's do that room quickly if we can. 1, 2, up, right, up. All right, and okay, let's get a save state here. I used to do a teleport on the left. I did that for so many years, but it is just, this is just way easier and faster. So we want to go up. We can go up, I think 1 frame or more is fine. And dash turn, up, left, down, and pick up the rock. And we're in. Then we can use that dash maneuver to get in. And we got our cape. And yeah, let's do that again. There we go. And we got our cape. Next, we want to get the ice rod because we need sparkles. And we need sparkles to do a miss slot. And we need a miss slot to do Overworld Conveyor. We go to Link's house. And we're going to get ice rod by doing the wrap that is east of Link's house. At Lake Hylia. We do this thing here. So we're going to get into a position to teleport. We're gonna hop and put Link down here. We're going to go to the right, and then we're gonna start going diagonally here, and we nudge around some object. All right, then we continue to the right and transition. we can be facing down here for the teleport. It doesn't matter, because we don't have a sword out to obstruct our view. That was funny. Nudge here. All right. Now on this screen, let's see if I can remember this correctly. There we go. So here, when we jump off of this, it's sort of a screen wrap. Then we hold down and quick hop here. After that quick hop, then we hold down left. And we get into this channel here where we start to just head downwards. And we want to get out bombs, and we're holding down here to walk here. And once we get sort of past this barrier here, then we place a bomb. And then we pick it up and hold down right, and that'll move us along until here where we transition. Then we're on this screen, and we hold up right here, and there's going to be a hop, which we do with the bomb. And then I use the cue where there's sort of we're looking at the desert screen, but where we really are is in front of Ice Rod Cave. And it's funny we're using a desert corner cue here. But what I do is when I get to that corner, I throw the bomb, and sometimes I walk down a little bit to avoid the explosion. Then I just dash up, and we're into Ice Rod Cave. So again, hop down, down left, bomb, down right. Here, hold up right, jump, and bomb, tap down, and dash up, and we're in. And we get our ice rod, and we save and quit, and continue. Now, we want to go to the mountain, and here is where we do our overworld conveyor. Yeah, so that's not a map wrap screen, and you won't hard lock. There is hard lock potential after the screen wrap on Lake Hylia, on the river screen. But after we do the right transition, then the next screen is fine. So we get our ice rod, save and quit, go to the mountain, and all right, so let's get our lines on. All right, so what do we want to do here? We want to do the Hera clip, like that, tap right, and there we go. And Hera, we don't need to worry about anything related to EF or just anything related to the improper layer. We can just do overworld conveyor. All bosses has a sort of condition that you want to meet. It has two conditions that you want to meet. But we don't need to worry about that. So here we're going to do a pretty easy way to get into overworld conveyor. And how does this go? Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, we got our slot 9 bomb. And we're in overworld conveyor state. We're using a principle here where we don't need all front slots filled. The awesome thing about overworld conveyor is you can just get something in the bomb slots. We just need the bomb slots filled. And one of them can be a bomb. So we just need to fill in slot 1 with something. So how do we fill in slot 1? Well, what I just showed was 1 arrow and 2 lamps. If you have the arrows for this, you know, you could do 1, 2, you could combine. Oh, no. We don't want to do that because we want to set index high, right? So what we want to do here is 1 arrow and 2 lamps. Wait. No. That'll work. 1, 2. 1 lamp is all it takes to set index because we're placing it in slot 2, right? Yeah. Got a misslotted bomb. So we could do that if we have the extra arrows. But I really want to conserve arrows, especially in a route that does that, you know, in the early mirror route. We come out of here with maybe 1 arrow if we're lucky. And in that case, if we don't want to use arrows, then just use lamp. And this would be a triple lamp into ice rod, which is not very easy, but it's doable. 1, 2, 3, ice rod. So did we get it? I don't think we did. No. So we want the ice rod shot to be in slot 1, right? So 1, 2, 3, ice rod. And we can see the lamp flame there, which is probably, yeah, that's good. There we go. So a bit tricky, but it's doable. We need to be good at that though, because the swordless route uses 3 lamps in a row, followed by a dash buffer in our last dungeon, which is Swamp. So, might be a good thing to practice. So for this test, I'm just gonna do this. I might want to get a save state here. So let's just do this quickly. Because next we need to talk about... Okay, we hit the cloud, that's fine. Next we need to talk about the conveyor clip to maintain clipping state. Alright, so what I did was I placed 2 bombs and I picked 1 up, threw it away so I could pick up the slot 9 bomb. And then I got hit by the bomb and I got hit by the other bomb and that put me in a conveyor state. I believe I explained that, right? I might have got mixed up though. Anyway, now we're in conveyor state. And what we're gonna do is face down before doing the clip here. In all bosses, we face up. So the difference here is we face down. And I think this has to do with grabbing a bomb, but I'm not entirely sure at the moment. Regardless, we face down. And we want to get onto an X coordinate of 700, I believe, which I believe is like a 2 or 3 frame tap. So I believe you need to buffer for 2 to 3 frames. I'm having a hard time. There's some randomness involved in that sort of left input, where you clip to the left instead, and that's not what you want to do. So you have to redo it when that happens. All right, so for the first frame, you're still at 6 FF, which is not correct. you want to be at 0, 0. And so what I like to do here is not select buffer, but rather use a 2 to 3 frame tap, which is pretty dangerous. But I can kind of tell if I'm not on the right pixel. We want to see Link nudge to the right very slightly. If he doesn't, then I'm at FF, and then the trick won't work, I don't think. So, I guess that was right. So there we go. On to the map wrap screen. So this is Lost Woods. And what we're doing is we're going into Mire. And a fast way to do this, well, let's rephrase. What I want to do here is I want to throw a bomb, and it'll clear the bushes where I need to fall in. And I need to be caped so that I don't get hit, and that maintains clipping state. Or what does the cape do? It just lets me get in. Right, I can get in, I can fall, but during that fall period, it's fine if you get hit. So here's what's gonna happen. First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to equip cape, and that's it. That's all for that part. And what that does is that removes the delay once you go to cape later. Then I'm going to go to arrows, go to the bow, and this is just for a visual cue. All right, so what I'm going to do is we are approaching the hole in the Lost Woods now, and what the cue looks like is it looks like we're sort of near the ether tablet, and Link comes out of the visual garbage here. Then we can press Y after that happens. And then we can start to watch frames here. We're going to watch for visual cues as Link moves upwards, but on each pixel, we're there for 2 frames, but we want 2 specific frames. So we can watch the arrow to see our progress. And so let's see how that goes. Schnoz. So I'm watching Link pass this object to the left, and I want Link to be even with it. And the goal is to place a bomb, I believe, on y equals 6, 7. So to do that, it's a very tricky maneuver that we don't use very often, which is to place a bomb directly after a buffer, which is really tricky because you have to time it very quickly. But if we watch the arrow, then we can know that we're in position to take 1 or 2 frames to do that. All right. So what we should be here, where we should be is at the first frame of 6, 8. So we're gonna watch the arrow to see if we can get to the next frame. But I have to actually buffer. There we go. So we're still at 6, 8. We're now at the next subpixel, basically. So here we want to place the bomb. Now I failed to menu the bombs, so that is bad. So, well, I got a first frame pause, so maybe it's fine. But it's really hard to press Y after a start menu, so this is just kind of dead in the water. And I can't pick up the bomb. And since I missed the bomb, I did a dash buffer, and pressing A gets rid of the clipping state. So this is totally failed. Let's try again. Menu to cape. You can just be on cape for a second or something. I don't even know if it's a whole second. Then get arrows ready. Again, arrow is just for the visual cue. We'll press Y after we pass the garbage, then get our bombs ready. Then we're going to go to the right of this bottom edge here. And here we are. And that's at 6-8. And let's watch the arrow. I don't know if it just moved. It did move. So now I'm on the next pixel, which it could still work if we're on the first frame of that pixel and if I get a first frame. So what I'm going to try to do is as soon as the menu clears, I'm going to press Y to place this bomb. And let's see if that works. So I'm going to hold the controller like this and go from B to Y. I don't know if I got it, but let's pretend I did. I don't think I did, but let's pretend I did. Then I'm gonna grab the cape here and pick up the bomb if I can. And I didn't do it. I placed the bomb too late. So this is an infinite transition. So this is very hard. But it's definitely something that can be learned. It's just slightly harder than the all bosses Overworld Conveyor. So again, get into the position. Here's the position. Now we're watching the arrow. Now the arrow is completely concealed, but it should appear in the next frame. There. Now, again, I'm going to go from B to Y to quickly place the bomb. And I can take 2 frames to do this, if necessary. I think I got it. Maybe I didn't. And I press start so I can go on to cape and prepare to hit A to pick up the bomb. I missed it. So I think what happened there is I pressed start too late. Let's try this again. Watch the arrow. There it goes. Oh. Wow, I'm not getting this. It has to be done fast. Get in a position here. Watch the arrow. Okay, I moved, so I'm in the second possible frame here. Let's see if we can get this. All right, this works, because Link did not move, and I was able to place the bomb. So now I should be able to grab. There we go. Now I'm going to wait until Link is to the left of the upper sparkle, and then throw the bomb. And you get a nice window for this because we've cleared the delay on the cape. There we go. And we're in conveyor state, clipping state, that is. So let's try to do it again quickly. Don't fall there, by the way. I just want to do this over. It is possible to do this where we don't shoot an arrow. But then you have to, then you only have 1 frame that you know will work. which is 6-7, like the first frame of 6-7. There we go. All right, onwards. So we do this transition here. And if you've seen all bosses, you know that you need to make a bonk. You need to bonk over this. Then we're going to get this in this category. So that bonk can be done. You can press left to gauge your position, and then do a dash turn and dash down. If you're too early, you can, well, how do you get out of this? One way is to tap down to kick. Then you can press left to charge, right? There we go. So I think what I usually do is I just try dashing and I face left to see where we are. That's too low. And that won't work at all. So if we're too low, then dashing down, we'll either grab the wall or we'll dash out of bounds, which would be bad. Let's move on. All right, so we got the big key. Now we take that warp tile, then we're gonna dodge the anti-fairy by holding right and then down. All right, so we're now in Cave State Mire instead of Desert State Mire. So, okay, so this screen is done, obviously it's different. We come in from a different side. And it's a very high chance that we don't have many arrows if we do the early mirror route, so we want to grab those. And I walk down until we see the pot appear at the bottom. And then I dash to the right when I think we're in this row. Actually, I'm not sure if that's a dash if we grab the pot. Let's try that again. I'm just gonna do it. There we go. Past this anti-fairy. Okay, again, we're in a situation where we want to do this, right? Again, falling is fine, but then we're beeping. It's also not free to get through the lobby. It's very easy to take a heart of damage there. In the meetup room, that is. This is supposed to be the no hover route. So we could just fall. Alright, here. Oops, I didn't save state. Yeah, let's just fall here. We'll show what that looks like. Then, there we go. I'm gonna give myself a heart. There we go. So, meetup room. So again, hold down left. This is tricky because we can't really see where Link is. So what I do is I use a cue where the right edge of the screen meets the barrier. And I'm gonna dash up. Then when I think we are near the top, I'm going to go left and start kind of like pumping up. And then we beat this fire snake. it oftentimes wants to go up and try to chase us, but we can beat it if we do the movement right. So again, I'm looking for this barrier on the upper part of the screen, on the top edge. And as soon as the gap closes, then I can go up, basically. I think it's like just past it. Like here, I don't know if that works. Yeah, that's a bonk. But as soon as we get a few pixels past it, then we can go up. So I grabbed instead of dashed there, so I ran into the fire snake after that delay. Let's move on. We don't need a key, of course. And also here, we don't need to get out our hammer to smash the Bari to get a key. But we do need a hammer because we have 0 here, and what we really want is 2. So this is a weird room. I haven't quite figured this out yet, but we want 2 bombs, and I have 0. So we can get 2 guaranteed bombs from these 2 slugs. All right, so let's see if we can do this. Another way to do it is to use the cape. Good to hear. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a tutorial that'll take another couple of hours. So pretty long stream for the afternoon. So we can use our magic power. Oh, that's something I forgot to mention for the meetup room. We can just use the cape. Thanks for the follow. And so, yeah, we can use the cape in that previous room. We don't need to worry about our health or our magic because we'll get a full magic in this room. So how does this work? Well, we can just try doing that. We can do this. Whatever it takes. We can get out the hammer. Something like that. Oop. That's fine. All right, let's move on. We have our 2 bombs now. Then we do the STCs to get to swamp. And this is the same. All right. So we don't have to show this. So we do the STCs. We save and quit to mountain. And then next up is the next segment, which is Thieves Town. And it's going to be Thieves Arrghus. All right. So again, we go to swamp, we get our hook shot, we get our moon pearl, and then we save and quit. So let's continue after that. We made it out of collection, exactly. So let's get our next state, which is 4. And we save and quit to mountain, and we're out. Alrighty, now we are doing a DMD to get to Thieves Town, as we do, in glitched modes and glitched categories. And so what I'm going to do is a mirror DMD. So I'm going to do a wrap here. And we'll get in here. Let's do a save state. This is a bit tricky. We want to... this is a little tricky. And I often make mistakes here. But we want to do a mirror wrap on 1 or 2 pixels. I guess it's a specific pixel, but we walk into it with a 2-frame walk. So that would be here at 6 or 7, I believe. This is the second one. So this is 6. And what I'm looking at is a cue on the right edge of the screen. So I'm looking at the right edge of the screen to kind of cover this bush. 6. So how does the screen start? We want to hold down left and get Link to kind of be at the top of this grass queue. And then we can dash left. And we'll usually nudge this, which is fine. Maybe we just go down. Yeah, we can go down into the grass queue. That's fine. Nudging it doesn't really do much for us. So here we are at 807. That is the first frame that will work. So 807 or 806. So then it's a mirror wrap, left and Y on the same frame. And I missed it. So infinite scroll, just reset and try again. We don't have to do this challenging way, of course. We can go to Hera, reset the camera, and then do a DMD the way you know and love. But this saves a bit of time. I'm not sure how many seconds it saves. No more than 10. But it is a good bit. I think we had the perfect pixel there. That was not right. All right, let's save state here. So after the mirror wrap, then we just dash left here. Then we dash left here until we come under the slope. And so now what we need to do is we need to sort of unwrap the camera. And so we are going to dash up and down and back up to do that. We can get a slope dash here to start. So once we reach this corner, start dashing up. And we're not going to see where we're going here, but we want to go as far left as we can, but we don't want it to hit the bush on the way down. So you see the bush at the top of the screen? We want Link to be sort of to the right of that. So I'm going to start dashing back down. And what I'm going to wait for is I'm going to see this group of trees go to the top of the screen, like that. And then I'm going to dash back up. And we are clear once the top transition reaches the top of the screen. So we see the transition cut through the top of the screen here. But as we move Link up and down, that is gonna get pushed to the top. And once it's pushed to the top, then the camera's locked and we're good. And we can go into Lost Woods safely. There's some ways this can get messed up. One way is to go too far down here, which is an infinite scroll. And so we don't want to go too far down. That's okay. Another way to mess this up is if we don't clear the, if we don't lock the camera. See the transition at the top. So if we walk in here with that broken transition, then we are locked. So we don't want to do that either. Another thing that might happen is we might hit a, so if we wrap too much here, we can often hit this guy. That's okay, but we don't want to take that much damage. We can hit that guy even when he's off screen. I guess another thing that can happen, hang on. I guess another thing that can happen is you can hit this bush. Which, you know, oh well. Try not to do that. Then you get hit by the guard. But that's fine. After all that mess, we do have a locked camera. So that's this screen. Bonking is fine. That's just like walking down. And you can clear the edge on this screen or the previous screen. Whatever it takes. You just want that edge to move above the top of the screen. Oh, hang on. You can't just wiggle Link. You have to move Link up and down. Like that. There we go. Okay, this screen. Now we are going to steal the fire rod. We're not going to fight Mothula now, mostly because it's too hard. I haven't really timed it to see if it's faster. But we also want to do Thieves Town, right? So it's faster to just leave from Fire Rod. So I bait this guy. He doesn't usually do that. That's funny. So you can pretty much always avoid that guy safely. Fall in this hole, switch to Samaria at some point. This screen, we have to avoid that guy. We can't dash through it. This screen, I come up to this tile, dash up. That'll give us some time to do this north STC. Then, yeah, so again, this is a north STC. We only need to do one. Then we pick up the block. This creates a hole where we can just dash over the pot, but it looks like I'm gonna hit the beetle, so I'm just gonna dodge it. Then the big key is in this chest after that STC. Then when we transition to the right, we can just, we'll be at the big chest. All right, so let's do this again. What I like to do is I come up to here and put the block on the left side of the door. And if you can't get in, well, just throw the block and pick it up from above. And there you go. I also don't usually push Link all the way to the top. That can work, but if you're too far to the left, you're just gonna place it on top of Link. So if you're more than a pixel away from the door, that might work. You have a better chance of getting the block where you want it to be. I don't usually dash down here. All right, so I wanted to switch to bombs there, and I didn't do it, but that's okay. Do a bomb jump. What I like to do there is, wow. What I like to do there is 5 buffers, which times me, which is a good timing for me to start the dash. I guess you could also, how else could you do this? Could you do this? I haven't thought about doing it like that, but it's possible. Or you can hover, I guess. But yeah, that just always works for me. And then we're out of here. Okay. There's a bit of a possibility here. If we get a fairy, we can have some extra safety for cold stare, but it would cause us to have to do another potion trip, which again costs a bunch of time. So there we go. We kind of have to, in this route, we have to fight cold stare with no safeties at all. Unless we get blue mail, that would be our only safety. Alright, so this guy's annoying. How do I normally do this? Don't I usually bait this guy? Wow, I don't remember at this point. But regardless, we can do whatever we need to do. Hook the guy. Here we can dash right or walk right. And we're going to go to C-shaped house. I can't get a hook to the left to save time, I don't think. I don't remember. I think I got it to tie. But I just walk around the bushes, then walk in. And then next we want red boomerang. Wow, I don't usually get hit by that guy. So avoid the pose. All right. Yeah, we're here. We're gonna get the red boomerang in this chest because we didn't get boomerang in escape. Then we are going to mirror here. We're gonna step out and mirror so we're not automatically mirrored later. And what do we need to do here? We just need to go shopping, right? So we're gonna use this shop and we will shop for the ice rod if we haven't done that yet. So, what I do is, let's see here. Let's do this. Then we're gonna walk into the shop. What I do is I do a red potion followed by a stuck push to get the ice rod. There we go. And if we already have ice rod, of course, we don't have to do this. When we come up here, we want to use hook shot. Let's see, how do we do this again? We want to be up here so that the hook reaches the torch, and we are close enough to buy the potion. And that's an easy maneuver there. Then we don't want to touch this because that'll retract the hook. So there we go. Safely walk around. Then we get the 4 Samaria blasts on screen and use hook to release. There's our hook shopping. Then we get ice rod here. And let's do that screen right. That item looked like it turned into a big lock. Alright, anyway, we get our ice rod. And hook speed out. It hardly takes any wiggle movement here. Like, you can just hit the stairs and use hook shot, basically. But I just wiggle out of habit. And wiggling down, of course, is just hook speed movement. Then we re-enter because we want 2 potions. And in this route, we can also buy bombs. Now, if we do, what is it? The early mirror route, then we cannot buy bombs, I believe. I don't think there's the rupees for that. So, we collect all the bombs in the world in Thieves Town. We collect all the bombs in Thieves Town, basically. Not totally sure how many. But regardless, in this route, we can collect these bombs. Then we can move on. Enter Thieves Town. Yeah, so we'll enter Thieves Town. This poke can be hard to react to, but we don't want to get hit. Stop it. I don't really know the movement. Alright, now we get the big key. I tried to look for ways where we don't get the big key, but either too difficult or impossible to avoid getting the big key here. Oh, we have the hook here, so we can hook the chest. And after we get the chest, then we want to hold up, right? Because it's good to be at the top to avoid enemies. Because that screen is tough. We had good luck there. Let's see if we can have some other RNG. Yeah, we face right here and then dash and just hope for the best on the screen, basically. The blue guy at the top often gets in the way, and then I have to go to the right around the spark. But yeah, we had some good fortune there. All right, again, we're going to Arrghus. So what our objective here is to get the... we don't need to collect the bomb, but just note that there are 2 bombs there if we are in collecting mode. Oop. Okay. Sorry, I interrupted myself. What our objective is to get to the attic and then clip down to desert and get to Arrghus. I like to throw the pot at that. If you need magic, you can get some here. You can also get a bomb. I think we're basically good. What do we want? We want 5/8 magic. So we can get that magic in desert. We don't need to collect that one. Oop. Actually, I guess I could just do that. All right, this screen, not free. I'll switch back to hook if I need to. There we go. I like to switch to hook anyway and get past the crickets on these screens. Here I do a dash clip. Oops. You can even bomb clip this if you really want to. I don't recommend that. So there is our magic. That's pretty free. So now we're in desert. Now we're going to do a death hole to get to Arrghus. And we want to map. We're also going to switch to Cain. And mapping helps us see what we're doing when we do the death hole. EG is it is layer manipulation, so going on to the wrong layer. You can think of A Link to the Past as being in an upper layer and a lower layer. So no EG means we're not allowed to use Underworld layer manipulation specifically. So we always have to be on the correct layer. We can't switch layers improperly. So, out of bounds, there's tons of ways to go out of bounds, like in the same layer, you know, just in the X and Y directions. You can think of no EG as going the wrong way in the Z direction. So we can get the magic, map, then get our Samaria. And here, we want to get rid of this guy. I find that Samaria is a decent way to get rid of him. Hoda Ruby's run. Yeah, that was such a good run. Hoda is still world record holder in all bosses, no EG. So we can farm arrows here. We want the gloves. So in this category, we want either gloves or mitts. Gloves are sufficient. So we can just get them here. No reason to diagonal there. I guess. I saved 1 frame, but yeah, I don't think you diagonal there. So here we set up for Death Hole. And we start with a North STC. And then what's going to happen is there are some pits here that we want to avoid. Let's show them if I can. I haven't done this in a while, so let's see if we can find it. Is it in game state? Or link state? Or gameplay? It's in gameplay. So, did that just not work, or do we need to do that first? Let's find out. Gameplay, show STC pits, yes. So we do the North STC. There we go. So, we'll get this out of our way. We'll walk down here, walk down right. Then here we can continue walking down, and we get stopped here. Then we do a dash turn to the right, charge the dash, bonk right, and hold down to get off the edge. So Link gets off the edge. And then we get into position here. And there are different ways to line this up. I like to line up over here. And where do we go? 6 or 7, right? A7 or A6. And we can see the patterning under Link's shadow here. And then we are facing up. Or does it matter which way you face? I think it doesn't matter which way you face. Then we place a bomb and dash to the left. And do a punch. And that is the setup for Death Hole. Oh, I forgot the whole part where we take damage. When we go get gloves, we need to hit the Beamos statue. Okay. So we do that. We get this stuff. We just need to get hit 2 times, right? And that'll take us down to 1 heart. Yeah, and map, of course. We did map earlier, if I remember correctly. So whatever it takes to take damage, you can probably get hit on the way in and on the way out. Let's do this with no pits to show what that looks like. Excuse me, gameplay. Yeah, and let's actually just do the room right. So when I see Link come down here, crossing this pattern, I go down right. Then I hold down, dash turn, bonk. Then I used to use this cue. There's a shadow cue here you can use at 6 or 7. But now I go over here and use this pattern. Then we get our bombs. Do this. I knew something was going wrong. All right, so then what I want to do is I want to hold down left. And then when I see the camera stop, that's when I want to go to the right and then dash right. No, that didn't work correctly. It's something like that. but I didn't come out of the door there, so I dashed down. So I want to come out of the door and dash to the right. Would it be quicker to grab the gloves when or if you get the safety key before Mire? I was thinking about that. I think quite possibly that's correct. There's something about that I was thinking about where that wouldn't work, but I don't know. I think that's fine. I think you're absolutely right. So there we go. We're going to go here. We're going to close that gap on the left side, then go down, then dash right. And this transitions us to Arrghus. So how do we do this again? We are going to hold down left, right, dash right, clear that gap on the left side, and go down and dash to the right. So here we are, Arrghus. People who have done this death hole before know that they want to try to drag Arrghus to the top. And if they have cape, that is an easy way to drag Arrghus all the way up, you know, without taking damage. You can drag Arrghus to the top. Then that gets us into phase 2 quickly. And I like to wait over here and use fire rods shooting up. So I just took a bunch of damage there that I didn't need to do. We can simply bonk, but it's not that simple because we have to time it just right. And so while we're bonking, we're not going to take damage. So let's see if we clear Arrghus. We do. But Arrghus didn't go high enough. And we can tell he's not far enough up. So, you know, this won't work every time. You might have to resort to hook shot and hammer to get through the first phase. But usually you can drag Arrghus far enough upwards. That time I got hit once, which is fine. It is possible to zero cycle Arrghus, and if you have silvers, it might be a thing to try. Or some combination of fast cycles with Arrghus, but this is just, you know, a 1 cycle first phase and a 2 jump second phase. And then when do we switch to Fire Rod? I think we want to switch to Fire Rod when Arrghus flies upwards, because I think it's a menu time save. You can also tell that I'm waiting for Arrghus to get into the first phase. I'm not going for a 0 cycle. I mean, I'm waiting for Arrghus to do his first cycle. I don't know if you can 0 cycle Arrghus here. With Fire Rod, it might be, Arrghus might be too well defended for that to work. So I'm gonna try that here. Yeah, it's too hard to hit Arrghus. It can work, but also you're going to get hit, which is really bad. So if you're in a real pickle where you're out of magic, you're gonna have to use hammer. And if you happen to 0 cycle, which is probably not what you meant to do, or if you move away from the bottom wall, then all the Argy will pile up. And you're gonna have to use hammer, basically. Oh, I hit him, but I also got hit. So hammer is a perfectly valid way to deal with Arrghus. As you can see, I have exactly 0 magic. I have exactly a half bar here to work with. Oops, that time I got into, I got a 0 cycle by accident. Anyway, we'll use this app as an opportunity to try a hammer. It's not too hard, but you'll probably get hit. It also takes a really long time. So, we won't worry about that for now. I like to stand here and then bait Arrghus, then come into the middle, then to the right for the next jump. Again, I'm not menuing at the right time, I just haven't got that muscle memory down. Alright, this looks like it's Arrghus is not high enough, and what I look for is the orange part of his eye to be at the top edge of the screen or higher, where his eye is completely off the screen. Oops. Yeah, again, I'm doing this too early. Let's see if I can get it right, though. Yeah. So he jumps, then you can switch. I moved too quickly, but Arrghus was far enough away from me. Okay, so there we go. We get the Thieves Crystal. And let's move on to Ice Palace. I didn't expect this tutorial to be so long, but there's a lot to talk about. Ice Palace. I normally come over here to the left. I don't remember if that's some muscle memory from all dungeons or something. And then I get the hook shot out. We hook speed over here. Now we're doing the mirror wrap. So we do a sword out hook speed there. We do the mirror wrap. I won't go over this too much in detail because you've probably seen this before. I just make sure I get Link over here, then I tap up to get him to kick, then I do the mirror wrap, then I move up. I like to buffer when I get as high as I think I need to be. That was pretty high up, close to the window, end of the window. Alright, here I like to bomb clip. And let's see what we get here. I don't think that's right. No, it is right. Okay. So I pause when I get Link to, when Link's shadow is sort of at this intersection of tiles here. And I kind of judge where I need to adjust to. And here we're fine. We can just dash turn, place the bomb, get ready for the insta clip and go. If Link lands here, then we can dash turn, place the bomb, and then just buffer up once from here. And we're good for the insta clip. If I go too far here, then I just need to back up slightly, then place the bomb. Alright, here, I like to do one of these. A punt of the Samaria block. Here we have TAM 216 Pog room. Okay, we're just gonna tank that guy. Tanking these guys is really bad though. Let's not do that. So I would say do everything in your power to just get past it. Just use hook to get out. But that's unfortunate because we want to be on Cain. So in this room, we want to dash to the right, and what we're going to do is bait these two guys to walk vertically. So I'm going to dash to the right, then cancel left. That'll allow us a clean dash to the right. Then dash when the anti-fairy clears. Then do the ice thing. I won't really go over that. I get the big key here for safety, so we can get the blue mail for safety. Oh, here's a fun room. Let's get a save state there. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain this. How do I do this anyway? I do left buffer, then a down right to hold, then press Y, then a left buffer, then hold down. Holding down's good if you want to go down, of course. This link will pass through, then start walking down. Yeah, this room's pretty funny. I haven't really done this correctly recently, but you can menu while Link is pulling. Excuse me. You can menu and then pull. Hang on. I can't even do it right. You can pull while the menu is going. And this can save 10 frames. Oh, that's right. No, it's fine. You just go up to the left here and pause. Then get your next item, which is going to be hook, if you want to preserve health. And while the menu closes, you can hit A and down just to pull this guy. You can even charge a dash if you want to. Right? So let's go over that. Up left, pause, hook, pull while the menu is coming down, or even as it's coming up. But it's hard to save time with this. You also need to, if you're gonna dash, you need to re-dash. Because you can't charge the dash while in the menu. You can only pull. It's such a weird trick. What is that called? That's called fox pause. So if you have hook out here, you're not gonna have hammer for this if you use hammer cues. So you would use sword out. You can even do the thing where you slash and just walk in, but I'm not good at that. So I won't be doing that. This is fine. And then I dash to the right. Then for safety, blue mail. And we'll have blue mail for the rest of this tutorial for a change of pace. Might as well hammer that, right? But I forgot to menu to hammer. So make sure you have enough magic, then... well, I can use hook there. Then we fight Cold Stare. So this is fun. So get your hammer out, get into position, and we're gonna wait till the ice block shows up, and when it lands, that's when I like to sync with a hammer hit. So right before it lands, I land a hammer, I press Y. Not like that. That was too early, but then we made up for it. something like that. Then it's just a hammer fight, of course. Not too much I can say about this. I won't even really demonstrate it very well. Unless I have good luck here. I like to hang out at the top left because the hammer comes out below Link and to the right if you're facing down. So it's like, I call it my corner and I like to defend it. But you can go about this however you like. That was a fortunate 3 hammer start. Let's see if we can carry this one out. That was good. Was that a 3x or 4? 3-5. That was good. A 35. Okay. I won't show the fire rod tech where you use a green potion and use fire rod, but I did that for a long time, and I like to fire it from the right and have the first fire rod shot get Cold Stare cornered in the upper left. All right, so let's complete this segment and move on to desert. So, if you get a fairy or you get a green potion, you are going to need to go shopping. And make sure you have 2 red potions. But in the route that we just took, we're good. We don't need any shopping. We don't need any more red potions. All right, so let's get our hookshot ready here. We can do this thing, which is a little different. Sort out hook speed, and then a hop. So I dash. Then for safety, I'm gonna tap right to make sure Link is kicked to the left. He looks fine, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Then hop left. So I look for a cue that's where you're sort of in the middle of the second bump. And that's a pretty fast way to get to desert. Dash up, dash left, get it out of bounds, hook to the left. Now we want to use hook pushes. So we want to set our index high by getting a lamp flame in slot 2 like we did with Conveyor. So let's do the screen. And, oh, what is the menu here? I thought it was right. Maybe I didn't move right. Yeah, no. Okay, it's right down. Misunderstood. Misremembered. All right, right down. I like to get a dash buffer out. Hang on. There we go. The HUD wasn't working. All right, this is Desert Vitreous, and magic is not a big concern here, I don't think. The easiest hook push is one where you use 2 bombs, and then we use the red boomerang. And what I'm going to do is to watch the clink of the boomerang And when that happens, press Y. Excuse me, lay a Samaria block. So boomerang, clink, Y, and then the block should start bouncing. Then after the explosions start to clear, then we should have enough distance to carry us once we use hookshot, like that. And that'll take us back to Mire. So again, we're in Desert Mire, but this time we'll actually get that prize. So, once again, if we move far enough to the left near the torches, the Beamos will usually miss. Wow, 3 shots kind of caused a lot of lag there. There is another way to do this where we don't use bombs, which is helpful if you're trying not to use too many resources. Now, this is a stuck push. In other words, we get a stuck hook and then get a hook push by releasing it. And this is a little tricky. We can do it with a boomerang. But I find it a little less consistent. And I don't know how to give advice about making it more consistent, unfortunately. So it's pretty tough, in my opinion. But there's a way. I just haven't really worked it out. So there's our stuck hook. And release with a block and hook. So that saves 2 bombs, which might be worth. So let's use bombs here for the easiest strat. Beamos didn't touch us that time. Alright, this room, this is a fun room. The goal is to beat the fireball. Oftentimes it looks like you're going to get hit and you don't get hit. And sometimes I just go around. If you happen to do this thing, I guess you'll probably get hit, huh? Oh, another thing. If you get hit into the block, how does that work? Sometimes you get hit into the block. It's not working for me. But if you get hit into the block, you can potentially get hit again to get out. And that means you don't have to reapply the block. Alright. Let's move on. Oh, I wanted to show what happens when you kick the block. Because, yeah, I can't do it because of the cycle. But sometimes, if you have enough time, you can kick the block and then just re-dash. And the door won't close until after the block stops, so you can beat the block. But we're not going to be doing that in this room. So let's move on. Alright, prepare for spooky action by throwing a block in here. You have to wait for the dash dust to go away before you place this block. So after you dash up here, you can't just place a block right away, because you want the dash dust to go away. Then you throw in. So just do that. Then you get your fire rod. I piano this so I can get the item dash. A meme is you can fire rod the bottom wall and get the next spooky action, but I couldn't get it at all. So let's move on. It doesn't always work, I guess, because of frame roll. Alright, next up, we want to use Murder Bomb on Vitreous. So prepare some lamp flames to set our index high. Then, how are we going to do this? It's a lot like Conveyor, because we want a slot 9 bomb. And how do we do that? So I'm going to place 2 arrows in Vitreous. I'm going to shoot the left guy. And then I'm going to throw the red boom. And then I'm going to let the boom clink again. So this is the second clink tech in this segment. And then as soon as it clinks, I'm going to press Y to place the bomb. So you can see the, you know, the slots are all pretty well filled. So when we get the clink, that should, I guess that's a slot 0, right? Let's see. Yeah. And then when we place the bomb, it'll be hopefully in slot 9. Although at this point, it looks like it's, well, yeah. Yeah, that's what we want, right? No, we got a slot 8. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, we did that kind of wrong. All right, let's do it again. Clink, bomb. We got the bomb in slot. Slot 9 this time. So, yeah, the bomb is a little glitched. I go down here and I throw the bomb a little bit left of center. And as soon as the bomb goes off, we want to press Y to use the hook shot. We continue to reset the bomb timer by using hook shot. It can also be a sword spin or sword beams, but we don't have that luxury. Trying to see what this looks like. Oh, we can't buffer the clink because the clink goes away in the pause menu. I just remembered that. So that worked. Just trying to see where the clink appears in the HUD. Regardless, let's move on. This is a pretty fun fight. So as soon as the bomb goes off, you use the hook. I like to sneak over here, but you really have to watch the eyes come at you. And you don't need to use the hook this frequently. As soon as you kind of knock out the middle eyes, you can work on the right eye. Usually there's not a straggler on the left side. Oops. That's the bow. Okay. Oh, that was pretty good, except I was too slow with handling that one. Let's see if I can get a good time here. But otherwise, we need to move on. I'm not sure if I like to move to the right side before or after the lightning. I used an extra arrow, but that's okay. We don't need to use arrows anymore. 41, I think that was a pretty good fight. If you have silver arrows, you can save a ton of time here. But I don't really need to go over that, of course. It's a pretty straightforward fight. So there we go. That is Desert, Vitreous Desert. We'll be going to land mode next, and then deleting Ganon. And land mode is critical in that, because we use that boss defeated flag to move it to Ganon's room. So on this screen, we have to mirror 2 times. So we can just mirror anywhere at the beginning here, and it should be a quick warp. Dash over here. Nudging along the right side of that flower is a quick warp. So we can put both warps over there if we have to. Here in Desert, we want to start taking damage. And this is because there will be a death hole coming up. So we start getting rid of popos, start taking damage. Blue mail doesn't really matter because we're dealing with tiles and Beamos to take damage. Alright, here we want to use lamp because we want to conserve magic. In the silverless route, we want to use fire rod against landmo. So the door happens to open because we already have the pendant of power. Missed the 1 cycle. The important thing here is to leave an 1/8 of magic. You don't want to really use the rest of it, because then you'll have to refill. Alright, after landmo, you set up for moving the boss defeated flag, which is what we need one of our potions for. So to do that, we get in front of the door here, and we can be 1 pixel to the right or left of it. It doesn't matter. But what we need here is a good walking pattern. And to normalize that, I bonk and then immediately walk. So I hold a walk down, and we get Link into this position here, and the hat will always be in this position. And now it's another one of these cancel into a Y press, just like the Overworld Conveyor, where we place a bomb after buffering. And this means that if we miss it, then it's fine. We just go back into the room and redo it. If we get it, we get it. It doesn't seem like it should work, but it does. Link is at the bottom, and his head is probably bobbing up. The walk pattern stuff, I don't know why it works, but it always does. We always see the 3 pixels of color here. All right. That's always the cue to use. Okay. There we go. Get a firm Y press here is what we need. After you do that, you can mirror out. And then you continue. All right. Let's see if I can do that all in one go. It doesn't matter if I can't. Let's just give it one more shot. Bonk the top, walk down. Being careful, I guess. Here we go. Got the YBA. And we're out. Let's mirror. So I have 6 hearts now. Of course, I got 1 heart from Landmo. I'm at 5, so I want to take 1 more heart of damage. I want to go back to the moving wall room with 3.5 to 4 hearts of damage. So we could take that damage here. Now, to set up for delete Ganon, I really want to clear out these popos, and I want to grab that magic. It seems to help when you have fewer sprites on that screen, because I think that helps the Beamos spot you, because that is a sprite itself, and that will make delete Ganon more consistent. This is Check's theory, so it's probably not explained correctly, but it seems to work. All right, so I'm going to clear out all the popos in this room except for the bottom one, and I'm going to be sure to get this magic. Then in this room, that YBA reclosed this door, so we have to get the key again. Now we're going to do an STC, and we really need a 4th of magic here. If we missed any decanter, then we can get a pot here. So this is a south STC, again a moving wall room, so we can just press left, place a block, then snap. Then we want to get 1 or 2 buffers upwards here, right? It can just be a tap, right? Yeah, we could do it that way. But I normally like to buffer. So we don't... So this, since it's a moving wall room, it's much easier to get the block into position and then snap. You can just tap and then place the block left. There we go. There, now we can do that. Get the STC. And then you have to get the block out of your way. When you come back down here, you're going to get hit by a tile, which is good. It's part of the plan. Then we transition down here, and there's 2 things to do in this room. The first is to move to the left because there's going to be a hole near the center bottom, and we have to get Link on the screen by moving up a little bit to unscroll the camera. Or scroll it. All right, so move to the left. Oops, don't do that. All right, so down. You can get down into position here. Snap. We didn't get far enough again. Why don't I do this correctly? So I'm going to move far enough down. There. So get hit, diagonal left, do a little dance. Now on this screen, we are going to walk all the way down to this statue, and it's going to be a wall here. and this is all for consistency. And it's the walking pattern here is going to regulate the Beamos in a consistent way. So when I walk all the way down here, then I'm going to move up a few tiles, then back down. Then I'm going to move back up all the way to the top wall and diagonal to the left to get into the corner. Then I'm going to start scrolling the camera. And when I do that, this Beamos will shoot at us. Then we have 2 hearts, which is perfect for the death hole setup involving Beamos beams, which I didn't mention before. Since there is a boss defeated flag in this room, and by the way, that's what the South STC was for. We moved it down from the moving wall room down into this Beamos room. Now we're going to move the flag down to Ganon's room with a death hole, and that's because the wrong warp from this room is to Ganon, and using a death hole will move the flags of this room to Ganon's room. So that's how we move the boss defeated flag all the way to Ganon and delete Ganon. It's going from Landmo to moving wall room, then moving wall room to Beamos room, then a sort of wrong warp from Beamos room to Ganon. That defeats Ganon permanently. So, how we get started in this room with the STC is we just get into this corner here and we can press Y. So that is a free setup. Then we do the North STC here. Then what I'm going to wait for is the Beamos beam to appear on the left side. Excuse me, I'm watching the right-hand Beamos, and I'm going to watch the eye pass on the left side. All right, then I'm going to hold right, or down right. We're going to go above this torch here and kind of nudge it, and I'm going to blast the block. That can be done at any time. Then I'm going to walk Link down near the pots, but sort of in this diamond here, and I want the shadow to be right here above the light color pixel. 2 of these pixels show right here. Then I'm going to place a block. Then I'm going to wait. Then I'm going to look at the left-hand Beamos, and I'm going to wait for it to fire. So I'm going to bait a shot from it. And let's see what that looks like. So we move up and bait the shot. Then we're going to move Link into his final position, which is going to be near this diamond here. And we want the lines, the outline to match the edge of the bottom of the shadow, just like this. And so we're at 2 hearts, so we're going to let Link get hit. Then as soon as Link is hit, we're just going to hold down. And that should take us home. If home is Ganon's room. And there we go. That is a death hole that moves the flag to Ganon's room. We're still in desert, by the way. And what this does for us is we can save and quit here. We've just deleted Ganon, so we're done here. We can save and quit. However, if we don't have Ice Rod, we can collect that here. I don't think that's going to be the case, however, because we're now doing a shopping, hook shopping. And we don't need to do that anymore. So, yeah. So here we can just save and quit. It also might be the case somehow that you could get hit such that you fall into a hole. That probably won't happen. It could. Where are these holes? There are holes somewhere in here. Not sure why that's not working. Here's one. So if you get hit here, you're going to see some Ganon glitched graphics, and you're going to get stuck into this fanfare, and you can't move until the Triforce door opens. And in this particular position, I'm stuck. We can't really do anything anyway, but it doesn't matter if you fall here. You can just save and quit. So let's do the room all at once. So we're going to come in here, right? Walk all the way down to the statue, do a little up and down movement there, then go up left, then scroll the camera, then get hit, then do the STC, then wait for the Beamos statue on the right, and then come out, nudge this torch, then get into position here, place a block, then bait the beam on the left side, then move up into the final position, wait for this guy, get hit, hold down. And that should always work, which is pretty cool. Alright, so that deleted Ganon onto Tower of Hera, which is a straightforward segment. Nice breather after deleting Ganon. So hook speed, Hera clip. We use whatever method we want to Hera pot here. And it's simply a mold arm fight. Not too much to say here, it's a hammer fight. If you want, you can quick hop here, use the menu buffer. In other words, that's a tap left and press the press menu, then hold up left out of the menu and quick hop. And there we go. That is Tower of Hera. Alright, next up is a mirror wrap. Where are we here? I didn't do that right. So we can do a sort out hook speed to get out of Hera. It saves a little time. Just a few frames. I guess it's not easy to get the hook here. Right, and with sort out hook speed, then you don't have to press A to quick hop either. Alright. Yeah, there we go. So, if you haven't done the mirror app like that before, there are some tips I have. The first thing is when you dash over here and cancel it, you want to kind of cancel upwards and hold sword out. You can be on a window of 3 pixels here, so I recommend kind of learning them. Oops. Trying to be careful here and I'm not getting the buffers. So, for example, this is the lowest pixel and the setup for the teleport. This is what I would consider the standard, and this is the setup for the teleport. Or you could be at the higher one, and this is the setup here. So 3 different setups that work. So what is this? This is a down right, down to left, then down left. No. How does this work? Oh no. I can't explain it. Okay. So it starts with a down left, right? The first one I think can technically be a down left. Then it's a half circle back, right? Right, down left. Or just right to down and then left. Hang on. What I'm trying to say is I think there's only one half circle back, which is the second one. Then the third one is just down and left, and then you can just hold up right and quick hop. Yeah. So something like that. Basically, just like that. All right, then transition back to the right. Do a quick hop up here. You can get bombs earlier if you want. That would be optimal. I like to hook this guy to get him out of the way. We just need one key here. Then we're going to be pushing to Trinex, so let's set our index. And here, if we have enough bombs, we can use, you know, the fast setup. I like to do a little buffer there. But with just 3 bombs, I wouldn't risk that really. I would just grab this bomb. And then we're on our way. So let's go with that. All right, so we want to push here. This one's a little trickier. We're gonna do a stuck hook. We'll pick up that pot, go over here, place a block, explode it, and go to Ice Rod. And try to fire this quickly. And then we're going, after we fire it, we're going to press A and press start. Like that. So we get a dash dust on screen. And with that on screen, let's use the hook. And we're gonna hook twice. Oops. Let's try that again. So I missed the A after pressing Y for the ice rod, so I'm gonna do another pause for safety. So we got it. And here is where I like to do an up left to set our hook slot. That can be done on the left wall too. Get our magic here. Now here we just want to set a block and release the hook. Like that. So let's do that quickly. Let's do that quickly. Don't leave the heart. I was surprised when I first started learning this, how consistent the ice rod was. But it's pretty nice. Alright, so where you use the hook here, it's going to change this fight. So it's possible to get to this head too quickly. And then the first ice rod shot won't work. But here I was not optimal at all, and we were fine. And just do your best with the ice head, because I'm not very good at it. And I'm probably going to fail this fight. But anyway, that's an example. So I was too fast with the ice rod, or maybe it was too low, but I think I was too fast. That's just a miss. Okay, anyway, I'll be a little more careful this time. Maybe not. This usually takes 4 hits. That took an extra one. But maybe the fire rod didn't behave. We want to get a hammer hit here, here, and here on the head if we can. And then it's possible to get an upward hit for the last one, but that's a little tricky. Oh, of course the heart appears in the middle. Let's just do this one more time. Five hammer hits on that one every time. Oops, what am I doing? That works. Got 2 there. Yeah, I guess that one is usually 5. But it can be 4, if I remember correctly. There's our upwards hit. And there's Turtle Rock. Alright, next up is Misery Mire, and we are doing Medallionless Mire via pod, as always, because we are changing the dungeon ID of pod and making it Misery Mire. And Misery Mire Medallionless is really what made Swordless No EG possible. So when Tajso suggested it, that is what inspired me to run this category. It came right after Delete Ganon was found too. So my idea was, let's make Delete Ganon a part of this category for all time, basically. And yeah, onward. So here we want to mirror. And the Medallionless Mire in this route is pretty new. It's going to be a little bit different. In fact, way different than the way we used to do it, where we used to go through the sewer door. So what we're going to do in this route, which is new this year, is to do an overworld conveyor. I mean, putting it in the route is new. This tech has been around for a while. At least since last year. So let's lamp here, because we're going to need that for the conveyor. And get our hook shot out. And here on the next screen, the catfish screen will be using Samaria right away. So we get the funny auto walk thing after that clip. Then we're going to put a block down, then dust and boom to put the boom in a good slot. Then we're going to place 2 bombs rhythmically with a dust in between, right? Okay, I need to show the slots. I'm pretty sure we need dust. Yeah. Okay. So block, boom, dust boom, that is. Then bomb, bomb, dust, bomb. That, the rhythm between the 2 bombs, takes practice. But I find for this particular setup that it's quite free. And now we can immediately use clipping state to come down here. And now we want to turn on the music because we need a musical cue for the next part. Oop. Alright, so let's turn on the music. So, game, let's go to configuration, music. Here we go. Alright, so we need the music because we're going to be doing a blind YBA. We will not be able to see Link on screen, and it has to be done at a particular time. Before we get to that, let's talk about this screen, where we need to manipulate EF, and this sets us up to change the ID of the dungeon once we make that transition with the YBA. And we want Link's shadow here to be crossing this dark line, the dark squiggle. Then we just need to hammer. And we do that. There's no way for me to show that, but that's what we need to do. That's the setup to get the dungeon ID to switch later. The next item we need is bottle, and we simply get into clipping state. And that will enter pod. It's very convenient that that corner leads us directly to the entrance here. Oops. Oh, wow. I did that wrong. And we got an upward conveyor. Alright, so come down here. Switch to hammer. Oops. Hammer there. Then switch to bottle. Again, just tap right to get into clipping state. And there we go. Not sure if it matters if you're facing right or left. So here we go. So what we're going to do here is wait for the 6th measure, and then just before the 2nd beat, we're going to do a down YBA, down and Y on the same frame. And to visualize this, we can look at Tajso's image here. Alright, so this image will help show the cue that we need. And let's start this over. So we're looking at the 6th bar. That's where the cue is. It's just before the 2nd beat. So let's put that away. And I'll just talk through it. So we enter the dungeon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3. So let's try that again. I think I was off beat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and. Alright, I messed it up, but it's around that cue. Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go. So, ignore the part where I said go, because that was offbeat. But, so that was the YBA. Then we go up until Link appears. We go down. Then we go back up. And if we map, we are in level 6. So there we go. Good going down these stairs restores sprites, so we can continue like normal. Good to get some bombs here as well. So let's take a look at that again, just one more time. So what I'm doing here is I'm kind of tapping the beats while preparing for the YBA. Just be careful not to press down or Y by accident. So, what I'm looking for on the 6th measure is to press down and Y just a little bit before the 2nd beat. So let's try it again. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, YBA. It's hard for me to put that into words. The window is something like 8 frames. So it's like you can be between the 2nd 8th note and the 2nd quarter note, basically. So another way to think of it is to YBA just after the first 8th note. Or I guess it's on the 2nd, if the first one starts the measure. Anywho, play with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2. I said that one more on cue. Okay, onwards. Collect a bomb. What we could do is a mirrorless version of statue drag, but I'm pretty sure that this hook push is much faster. So to be safe, I'm collecting 7 bombs here. We won't really need all of them. We'll only need extra bombs. We just want extra bombs just in case we mess up. All right, next we want to push to Helma, and we want to set these lamp flames up because that helps with our direction. So in this room, I like to do the bomb method. This is part of the reason we want bombs, because this is such an easy setup as long as we get Y hit on that clink. So one more time. We also don't need music anymore for this. And we can turn that off. There we go. This fight can be started with hook speed, to make the hammer hits easier. If you don't do that, you'll really want to use 8 arrows to defeat Helma. I happen to have 8 arrows, that's just a coincidence. But the hook speed, of course, extends the hammer hitbox, so you can just hammer at Helma. So there we go. On to Palace of Darkness. So we'll collect the actual crystal here. This is a really fun thing. Let's just move on here. We're coming down to the end game here. That part is like the last very difficult trick. Oops. I thought I save stated, but I didn't. I hit the splits instead. Oop. Misunderstood. Okay, onward. So what we're going to do is hook push directly to Helma's room and collect the crystal. What's fun about it is we get to do a fanfare skip. The hook push itself is also fairly weird. Yeah, I'm still going. This is a long one. Okay. So make sure to tap down here to get back up. All right, so we're gonna use lamp. Then we're going to prepare a block. Oh, I actually didn't set the index there. It might be okay to have a 9, but I find it less consistent. Let's actually give it a try, just because. It worked. So we don't have to set index, right? Because you can still do this on a 9. Oops. Let's try that again. Yeah, it seems fine. So what we're gonna do is place a block, then step away, blast, ice rod, and then 2 hooks. And what happened there was the first time I hit Y, it didn't work. Maybe that had to do with the sparkles. But pressing Y 3 times was fine. Hey, what's up, Mighty Mouth? Welcome to the tutorial. Yeah, so that works. That's quite interesting. Saves a menu. All right, so then we want to mess with the hook slot here. We're gonna do that by placing a bomb down and throwing a boom to the right. And that sets our direction down. So now we just need to put a block here. We're going to move into position here. And as soon as that blast occurs, we want to blast the block. So bomb blast, block blast, then hook. And we got it. This is such a weird setup, but it works every time. And what we do is we transition, then we walk to the left to lock the camera. And then when we go back down to the crystal, then we get a fanfare skip, which is so cool. So again, block, blast, ice rod, get our hook shot. It could also be a double hook shot miss slot. And in that case, you want to just press Y again. And there we go. Let's see if we can make that happen. If not, that's okay, we'll move on. Oh, maybe we can't do it because we didn't set the index. So in fact, let's just not worry about it at all. Well, regardless, you can put the bomb down or throw the boomerang in any order. You might as well place the bomb first because that's what we're waiting for. Right? So place the bomb first, then boom to the right, then place this block up here, give it room, bomb blast, block blast, hook. Then you come down here, you lock the camera. You don't even need to dash to the right, I don't think. But regardless, you want to catch the crystal, of course. And there you go, that's the pod crystal. Then we save and quit. On to Agahnim 2. This one's pretty straightforward. By the way, I didn't mention why we got the bug net. Although I did mention we can catch fairies. Bug net is of course for Agahnim. It makes the fight way easier than it would be if we just used the hammer. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna clip the turtle rock. And when we do that, there's a little shortcut we can take. Let's do that correctly. We're not using a menu buffer to mirror here. So we can use a punch if we want. Here, hang on. Let's get a save state here. Because we're working on this screen. So we come down here, we're gonna dash along the top of the land bridge, then we're gonna come up here and nudge here to get a good pattern for dashing. Then we're gonna dash turn up and dash up. And what we'll do is we'll dash up to around here. Now I dashed a little too far. We want 124 or 120. At 120, I believe this is still okay. To do a quick dash down. So we'll dash down, dash to the right here, then here. No, that doesn't work. Okay. Maybe it's because we want 128. This one is too far down. So if we dash here, we're down on the bottom and we wrap the screen. Well, yeah, we've kind of moved, we've dashed, I don't know what you call that. You jump off. Alright, hang on here. I don't have the pixels memorized, I guess. Alright. Oh, I have notes, of course. Well, that helps. So 128 is the fast clip, and 124 is the dash clip. Alright, so if we dash up here, what I look for is for Link's, the top of Link's hat to touch this pixel here. That's just above Link's hat. It's tough to identify, but it's not bad. When you dash to the right from there, you're in a position where you can quick hop down. And it's kind of tough because you want to hit both A and down at the same frame. It's okay if you hit A first. And if you do that, you can either, you can either try again with a down and A, or you can just dash down. So this doesn't have to be an all or nothing trick here. Or if you're in between that window, 124 to 128, you can just dash off and dash. Here we are again at 128. So this is one where we can just quick hop down. If we're at 124, then we want to dash off. Like here. Then we want to dash, turn, and dash down. So that's a neat little shortcut. If you don't, you don't have to do that, of course. You can just dash off near the top here, do the hook speed, and go. So, however you want to do it. But if you can identify this pixel, then that's pretty fast. Alright, so you come in here, you do the little rail clip bonk. walk up here and use Samaria, and we'll do an STC. Here, you want to tap up and then pick up the block, and then, you know, hold up, throw, and you transition. And then watch the pokies. Then you come up here, you dash and bonk. So one more time. Oops. So here, it's kind of tough to do this without a dash turn. So what you want to do is come up here, face left, and then dash turn down. That's how I do it anyway. All right, then we're at Agahnim. And so this lava dive gets us directly into the fight. We just want to dash down to wrap the camera. And then start fighting. We get Rainbow Link, Rainbow Agahnim. With Blue Mail, of course, you're a little paler. And you can do this a bunch of ways. You can use a normal Y press. You can do, you can charge item dashes, which is kind of nice because you can just the net just reflects regardless of when you're dashing. Or you can instead of facing Agahnim, you can have Link's left side face Agahnim, and the instant that you press Y, the net is in a good position. So I like to do it that way. Sometimes I get Link's left and right mixed up, which is kind of embarrassing. That may have been better for a dash charge. So this is a pretty tough fight. I think I used to be better at it than I am now. But I don't know. Let's just do it one more time. Item dashes are the way to go. Yeah, I used to do that much more frequently. But lately I've started messing up the item dashes, which frustrates me. But as long as you can nail them, you do get quite a big window. Yeah, like there I was able to double. Just do the inputs, forehead. Alright, let's move on. We can do Clip out here. There we go. Alright, next up, after Agahnim 2 is Agahnim 1, but this is really defeat blind first, then go to Agahnim 1. How are we doing this? I think we want to just dash down here. Our next item we want is Mirror. And we want to mirror just below the L here, just like backwards L. Because that puts us in front of the Uncle secret passage. We'll get to see Uncle here. We want to use Lamp here because we're going to set up for a hook push to get to blind. So let's get rid of this guy. And this is a pretty peculiar setup here. It's pretty tough to control Terminators. So here's how we do it. First, we're going to place a block here, and we're going to do one of the pushes that's ice rod plus dash dust. Like that. And then we want to do an OA hook push. So we're going to do an up left boom there. Then we're going to, so that setup is just like in the Trinex room, right? But now we have to control the terminators, which is kind of weird. So instead of just blasting a block, we're going to place 2 bombs first. I think it has to do with us being on the bottom layer. So now we're ready to blast a block. So do that here, and then there we go, unhook there. And there goes our sword and shield. And if we did the early mirror route, then Uncle wouldn't be there. So that would be a little bit less humorous. Do we want to save? Yeah, we want to conserve magic here. We can. We don't have to get hammer out here, but we usually do want it. Alright, so put the block up there. Dash dust. If we want magic, we can get it here. And just remember, set 2 bombs first before the block and blast, then hook. And there we go. Alright, so you have to get blind here. We can just hook. Nice to have hook out for that. Here we want to remember to DoorDash, because we're gonna get a broken door here. We'll just hold right and get out. So when we do that, we can hook the pot. And sometimes we can tag the stall of those two, which is cool. Here we want LSD blind, and that's because we want to leave the room to be able to save and quit out. Because remember, we already have the Thieves Crystal, and by the way, we're not even in Thieves state. So we'll press select, Minecraft. And I'm going to show a script that I like to use. Hang on. So we'll press select here. No, we can't. Oh, you're saying use the mirror? We can't even mirror because we're in the cave state. And we can't map either. Yeah, we should get Exor Cave. We'll just do that next time. Alright, so I usually get hit on the 3rd phase, which I'm not good at avoiding. I'm not good at avoiding that damage. So I come to the top here, place a block, make link. It's sort of halfway in the window here. And there's a rhythm to this too, because you don't want to hit blind too early after the first hit. Then I do it again. And then here I place the block like that. Alright, so let's just do that all at once. Alright, that time I moved Link up to avoid damage, but somehow I missed blind. That's okay. Let's place a block on him and win. Oh, by the way, Fox, I think your sub badge is currently the LSD blind Samaria block. Okay, well, we got through it. I kind of misplaced the block in the end and then blasted it. But I didn't take damage, so that's good. Alright, next up is Aga 1, and to do that we do Yuzu Hera. And we have very little magic left, unfortunately. What I could have done was grab some magic. So what we do is we go into Beetle's room. And optimally, I think, we just blast him. Like that. And we can get this magic here if, you know, if we need it. We might not. No, we need it, actually. Because, well, we could juke with a bomb, but that's a little trickier. Yeah, I often find myself in this situation where I just don't have enough magic, and there's not really an excuse for that. So if you don't use Samaria here, you can hook them off. Whatever you need to do. You can use hammer. I guess you would not use hammer here. You would just use hook. But anyway, let's try this again. What are we gonna get a faster room time with, actually? $10 flat. And then the problem is farming. 1202. So there we go. Hook is fairly fast, so might as well just do it. Before we get to this star tile, let's get to Kane. We want to make sure to hit a star tile because this North STC will fully glitch your graphics if you don't do that. Then this one's kind of weird, but this is just a juke. And once you get the juke, you can throw the block, press right to get link past the transition, then press left quickly. You don't have to explode the block, but it's the safest thing to do that. And then you're going to Agahnim and you're going to wrap the screen, or wrap link around. So, there's another way to deal with the juke. You can sort of hold up left to get the last pixel if you need to. I often tank these guys. Sometimes I have to explode that. I guess if you go down far enough, you don't have to explode that. So what I do is I snap here. Let's try this. I don't usually do this, but if you go 1 pixel, you can get the last pixel. As you pick up the block, hold left. That is good enough to kick link past the transition. And then, there you go. I am normally feeling good enough to just, oh, by the way, I used to struggle with this for some reason, and it's because I forgot that the movement is very regular. You can just come up here, hold upright, and press Y. It's quite simple movement. Oops. Did this wrong, maybe? That was medium VRAM corruption, I suppose. I think that has to do with pressing start. Right? Let's actually double check that. Oh, no, that was fine. I wonder how I did that then. Alright, well, regardless. We'll come over here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let me try that again. Oh, it seems to be fine now. But yeah, you don't want a menu here. But after you hit the star tile, yeah, after you hit the star tile. Oops. Okay. Yeah, let's just do the room right and move on. I think we're done going over this. The juke is what I wanted to talk about. Yeah, so here. What I do is I quickly throw and then do a right and then a left quickly. What is it that matters here? You want to do the right very quickly after the throw. But yeah, just do it all quickly, basically. All right, here, we just want Link's hat to kind of hit that top pattern. Then we're usually fine to just dash through the collision. Here, I've been just pressing Y. You can just press Y as soon as the balls come together. Oh, here. Try to skip this animation. So how do you do that? Alright, come up here, Link can dash left. Here we go. Wrap Link around. Let's RMG control this guy. Why did I have the pokies locked? I don't know. Alright, so anyway, where is blue balls? Agahnim, yellow. Okay. So. There we go. Oh, locked by default. Right, okay. That makes sense then. Alright, this is convenient, I think. Right? Because he's going to the middle now, right? Now what I'm doing is I'm just pushing right and up alternately just to try to get out of the transition, out of the collision here. And then what I do is I move to the right until the corner of the arena is almost to the edge. It's important to not go any farther past that because then Agahnim will not progress past this shot. And as soon as the shot occurs, the lightning strike, then you do a quick right and then left, and that skips the whole lightning strike animation. Like that. And so Agahnim instantly warps. So I think that's 2. Yeah, it's more than lag reduction. 3, 4, and then I'll try to clip out here. Like that. Oh, I think I didn't move Agahnim. So, hello. We gotta get him on screen for this shot. I moved too quickly because I counted too eagerly, which I don't usually do. Oops. There he goes. So here, if you move too quickly, then, oops, Aghanim's gonna retry. Right? He's gonna keep trying it over and over again. But there we go. All right, let's move on. So there's still 2 more dungeons after this, but only 1 boss. And it's easy to get the routes mixed up, but I'll go over it. I wrote a lot of notes for this that I haven't been reading. But yeah, that's a good thing. Okay. On to Skullwoods. So how do we get to Skullwoods? Of course, we do Brahmin meets map wrap. I think it's attributed to him. Not totally sure. At least he brought it up for low percent all dungeons. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Malmo. So what we're gonna do is we're going to wrap the screen here, and it's gonna transition us to Skullwoods. And how do we do that? We can just do a sort out hook push here, and then press down. If we're too low, hang on, like too low, right? How does this work? Yeah, if we're too low, then Link won't want to jump off, but you can just tap up and then tap down. So there you go. So after the first clip, then we're going to go down, and we're going to use this left egg-looking shape as a cue here. Then continue the sort out hook dash, left, and then down. And then 1 more. Then when we land, we just go to the right and dash to the right. We can dash turn, it doesn't matter, but simply dash to the right. And then this transitions us to Skullwoods, and this screen is pretty weird. But anyway, let's do this one all at once. And off we go. So we start off by holding up right, and then we're going to go up left. And what we're going to do is this kind of approaches the first hole. So we kind of nudge around it by doing this dash near the tree, like this. And then when you think that Link gets to the top, you kind of have to interpret it based on his dashing. Then you want to hold left, and there we go. Then we want to nudge down left and get into the skull. The rib cage. Then you dash up until Link gets to about here, in front of this tree. Then you go down here and dash down through the rib cage, and you're gonna have a bit of a dash that goes just past the screen. Then you're gonna hold down left, and then you're gonna watch the screen a bit. I went too far. I think I wasn't down to the left enough. And I'm looking at the face of the tree on the left edge of the screen, and I want it just to barely appear like that, and then I can go up. That part is really tricky. But, yeah, this can all be done. I used to just go, what did I do? You can just go up left here, right? Just kind of go in here. So this is another way to do it. And then reset the screen here. But you don't have to do that. You can just go over here, dash up, hold left, then down left, then dash up, left. Then I got caught over here. Before the second rib cage, there's a way you can get caught here, which is annoying. So you come out of there. Then down left and then up. So I got caught again. So there we go. So what I'm doing there is when I go down left, I am often getting caught. So to get out of that, I go right and down and then continue. There we go. That's better. All right, and now we can get this key, hook it, get out. I think it's good to hook these guys. And then we're into Skullwoods. All right, we're almost to the end here. Okay, coming into this screen, we can just clear out the hold orms. We can get through here, however. And then we have a bit of a mess coming up with this STC. And this transition may take a while depending on different factors. It takes a while on the practice hack, oftentimes. Sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, let's do that again. I normally pick up the block and throw it, and I keep walking. So this doesn't usually take that long. In fact, that was nice and short. I'm gonna hit map just to clear out some of the garbage. And ideally whoa, hello. Oh, that's convenient. Sometimes we have to wait for Jenny here. Okay. Then, yeah, this will take some time on the practice hack, depending. I recommend testing on your system and on your firmware of whatever hardware you're using. Alright, now we can really tank Moth, especially if we have blue mail. But we have so many hearts that it doesn't matter too much. Alright, so we'll get through here. We'll do a little save state. Somewhere in here. I guess I don't need to be hitting face buttons here, do I? No. Oops. Oh, wait. Maybe I do that to move Link faster. Not quite sure what I do. Anyway, I messed up the screen with the save state because I waited too long. So what we can do instead, of course, is just Fire Rod. Wherever we find Fire Rod. Yeah, my save state messed us up here, unfortunately. Can't do the strat. But you get the idea. I guess it's hard to see room times like this, isn't it? It can be easy to be too fast with the second hammer. Anywho, something like that. Keeping the hammer out, then time to hammer Moth. You can use Fire Rod if you want. You don't have too little magic to do this. But yeah, if you just need to tank Moth, that's totally acceptable in my opinion. There have been versions of this speedrun where I didn't have hammer at all. I just went in with Fire Rod and had a green potion just in case. Or maybe it was required. Rather. Hammer can be fast, but it's really... You have to be really lucky for that to happen. Okay. Alright, here we go. On to Swamp Palace. We just need the Swamp Crystal. So, we're going to do another save and quit. And that puts us at the pyramid. Again, we want to use hook speed here. And again, we want to do the triple clip off of the overworld screen here. And this time, instead of going to the right, we go left. So we have wrapped Link 3 times, and this puts us near sort of east of Swamp Palace. Alright, so do our 3 clips, then we transition left. Here we go down, quick hop down. We go under this broken looking transition, which is not a transition. Then we go left until the pond, then we go up left and left. It can be hard to get that exactly right because there's a lot of stuff in the way. But something like that. Then we're in front of Swamp Palace, so we just need to get around here. I'd like to dash up, although we can use that time to set our index. And, oops. Hang on. Gotta make sure this is working. All right, so let's get in here. We use the lamp. This is the trickiest hook push, basically. So we want to set a Samaria block, then hold sword out, and get ready to blast and throw a boomerang. Now, sword out boom throw is a free boom. So we blast, boom, boom, and then block. And there we go. There's our slot 9 block. Now we are going to dash dust over here. And what I'm looking for is the left wall. That's my cue to line Link up. Sort of the wall above Link. And then I'm going to come over here as far to the left as I can be. Then we're going to blast and shoot a fire rod. And I didn't do it. That's okay. We have enough magic. We can keep going. Blast, fire rod. Then that sets a 2-9 in the hook slot 0. Then we're going to get ready with the lamp here. And I'm going to do 2 lamps and then dust. That should be slot 2, right? All right. And then we come over here and do a lamp with a dash turn. And that puts the lamp in slot 3. Now here is a fun part. We do 5 hooks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is the tricky part. We want to dash turn to the right here. And then do 3 lamps and then a dust. And that puts a dust in slot 1. So I'm going to mash Y and then press A. It's a mash of 3. So 3 lamps and then A. And I messed it up. And I kind of felt like I messed it up. Wasn't totally sure, but we can see that it's messed up. So what do we do from here? I am pretty sure we need to start from here again. All right. And then do this thing. It doesn't have to be a dash turn all at once. It just needs to put that dust in slot 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Then we do a dust hook. Then just a hook. Then we just need to face the statue and hook. And that's just a dash turn and hook. And there we go. My voice is running out at just the right time, because that's the last trick of the game. So let's do it all, but fast. All right, free boom, slot 9, dash to the left, dust block, block, fire rod. Lamp, lamp, dust. Lamp, dust. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. 1, 2, 3, and dust. Dust hook, hook. Dash turn, and hook. There we go. Obviously, the menu is too embarrassing. We have to do it one more time. That's not right. Free boom. Block. That's such a consistent slot 9 block. I love that one. Dust block. Block. Fire rod. 2 lamps. Dust. 1 lamp. Dust. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3 dust. Dust hook. 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 There we go. Make sure to tap up to get Link kicked out here. I'm not sure why we got a fanfare skip there. I think it may have been save state related or losing the music or something. We want to grab the wall before catching because that still saves frames. I suppose it's related to telling the game that a shield does not have to be drawn or something. But yeah, it actually does save frames. 20 frames in my testing. And that's it, we're done. This segment is here just for show. All we need to do is drop to Ganon. And there we go. We get boss music here, which is kind of funny. And then the door opens. And then we dash in and we're done. So there it is. Swordless, no EG. Thanks for the GGs. Thanks for redeeming Ganon Delete. And hope this was helpful. Maybe there's some stuff in it that you can use for tricks outside of Swordless, no EG. And happy speedrunning.